Buenos días a todas las...
Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to welcome you to our third day of the meeting. And I hope you had a good evening yesterday, and I'd like to thank Cyprus for that tremendous barbecue and to give you some information on how we're going to set about things today. I intend to address the following items in this order. Firstly, item 12, report of the Facilitation Committee. And then we'll go on to 13, report of the Technical Cooperation Committee. Then 16, protection of vital shipping lanes. And 9, report of the MSC. Which means that we will now turn to item 12 of our agenda. Can I... I see someone is asking for the floor, the United Arab Emirates.
Shukran, Asid. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. This delegation would also like to join you, Chair, and thank Cyprus for yesterday's barbecue. Chair, we have requested the floor in order to refer to what the Secretary General mentioned yesterday regarding a question related to the addition or the deletion of one supporter of a document submitted to the session. We fully understand that this matter might create a burden for the Secretariat. However, this organization has always followed this practice for decades, not just with regard to documents submitted to a session according to Article 36 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council, but also with regard to documents submitted under the method of work of the organization. The Secretary General also referred to that adding one sponsor to one document represents an amendment or a new proposal. This delegation believes that the addition or the deletion of a supporter or a sponsor does not change the essence of the proposal. It only reflects the keenness of member states to explain their formal position with regard to the support of the proposal. Therefore, we believe that the addition of a supporter or a sponsor of the proposal is a support of that position. Therefore, submitting a document to the 34th session of the Assembly, which also considered the matter with regard to a manual for the rules of procedure. I also would like to point out that explaining the practice of the United Nations and other international specialized agencies allow for the addition or the deletion of sponsors of a proposal even before the time for taking a decision regarding that proposal. Chair, we hope that this matter with regard to the addition or the deletion of a sponsor, as was the practice previously by various IMO bodies, for example, the working group on the reduction of GHG and the Maritime Protection Committee and other committees, which allow for the addition or the deletion of sponsors even before a decision is taken regarding that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the UAE, and we'll turn to the Secretary General.
And I thank the UAE for their intervention, and I apologize in advance if I wasn't clear yesterday. I didn't pose a question to the Council about the deletions or additions of delegations to the document. I explained to the Council the challenges that these actions from the delegations are causing to the Secretariat, and in particularly to me, and that I need to maintain a practice when I keep treating you all equally. I know the practices of this organization. I've been here for 28 years, and I can tell you that these are not regular practices of this organization. There's nothing on the method of work or the rules of procedures about this particular issue, and that's also something that I clarified yesterday. And this is a reason why I said to the Council that in the future, you may want to look into it. But right now, there's nothing on the rules of procedures or the method of work of the Council or any other organ at IMO that addresses this situation. When it comes to exploring practices of the UN, I didn't even mention that because we haven't gone there. We haven't reviewed the practices of other UN agencies in relation to this topic. And in the past, I can even quote one specific situation that we had at one subcommittee meeting at IMO last year, where I and my team were criticized for producing documents and adding sponsors and co-sponsors after the deadlines. And I said on that meeting and then on a briefing to the member states that we will not do that anymore because it creates a difficulty for the Secretariat and a perception that we don't treat all the member states equally, and that's not something that I'm prepared to do. And I finished yesterday by saying that for the practices of this week and the way that we have worked before, we will maintain the documents as published and as submitted, and if the Council wants to introduce rules in the future in this respect, they're welcome to do so. But right now, they're not rules. These are the practice that has always worked for the Secretariat, but right now it's being tested. And I hope that the Council understands the challenges that we're facing. I understand the challenges that you are facing as well, but this is not helping the substantive discussions that you have in front of you. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretary.
Thank you, Secretary General, for having addressed this issue. As I was saying, and just to revert to our timetable for the day, I'd like to bring to Council's attention document C137/12, which reports on the outcome of the Facilitation Committee at its 50th session, and C137/12/1. And I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce the documents and make any observations he may wish in relation to the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair. File 50 made significant progress on several subjects. The committee adopted a series of amendments to the annex of the FAO Convention concerning the provision of vaccinations to a ship's crew and the alignment of the FAO Convention with the 2024 amendments to the International Health Regulation. The committee also approved amendments to the FAO Convention related to the collection of Advanced Passenger Information, API, and Booking Reservation Information, BRI, data, and on mandatory cyber security measures to safeguard the maritime single windows to be adopted by FAL 51 in 2027. I'd also like to mention the finalisation of a new version of the IMO compendium on facilitation and electronic business, and to express thanks to Germany and the Republic of Korea for generously offering to provide funds for the IMO compendium project in 2026. The committee also approved the permanent establishment of the IMO compendium on facilitation and electronic business, and agreed that the costs of the IMO compendium would continue to be borne by member states and international organisations in 2027. And from 2028 onwards, the compendium should be included in the organisation's regular budget. Based on these decisions, the committee invited the Council to include the IMO compendium costs in the regular budget of the organisation for the 2028-29 biennium. The Secretariat has prepared document C 137121 with relevant information about the IMO compendium, including recent developments and indicative cost implications in order to support informed discussions. The committee approved in principle the IMO strategy on maritime digitalisation and agreed to forward it for review and approval to MSC 111, MEPC 85 and LEG 114 with a view that it would be adopted by A35. The committee also tasked the correspondence group on the development of the IMO strategy on maritime digitalisation with preparing a detailed action plan, and also to indicate how the strategy can be aligned with and integrated into the organisation's strategic plan for the 6-year period 2024-29. And finally, I'd like to thank the committee's chair, Mr. Wachara Chimanakulkit of Thailand, for steering the work of the committee successfully. I'd also like to thank the vice chair of the committee, Mr. Mohammed Al-Kabi of United Arab Emirates, for his support to the committee. And I'd also like to recognise the hard-working and committed staff in the Maritime Safety Division, ably supported, as usual, by colleagues from other relevant divisions of the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General. And the chair of the committee, Mr. Wachara Chimanakulkit of Thailand, is remotely present and is ready to provide any necessary clarifications. And I'd now like to ask Council for comments on the report of the 50th session of the committee and the statement just made by the Secretary General. The floor is now open.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيدة.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for this document, and we also thank the Chair of the Facilitation Committee for the work done under his chairmanship. Chair, our remark regarding the IMO has to do with the IMO compendium. The IMO compendium on facilitation and electronic business is a model regarding all work of the organization in the maritime field. The set of data and the exchange of data it supports the unification of work on the single window and the costs of maritime shipping and the facilitation of green shipping. This also enhances cooperation with World Customs Organization and the European Economic Commission and the International Standards Organization and the International Hydrographic Organization for the full alignment regarding the supply chain. Since July 2019, the IMO Expert Group on Data Harmonization, set up by the Facilitation Committee, has been responsible for the technical maintenance and extension of the IMO Compendium. UAE has been one of the contributors to supporting the IMO Compendium. Therefore, we support the inclusion of the IMO Compendium costs in the biennial regular budget of the IMO for the period 2028-2029. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you to the UAE.
Gracias, señor presidente. Chile agradece.
Thank you, sir. Chile is grateful for this report on the outcome of the 50th session of the committee. FAL 50 and shows that we are moving into a more demanding period. It's not enough just to digitalize procedures. We need to be sure that systems data and procedures regarding shipping work in a safe way, are interoperable and can be done at international level. So Chile would, in this context, note three particularly relevant issues. Firstly, the IMO Compendium is a crucial basis for harmonization of data and digital interoperability. Chile therefore supports inclusion of costs in the regular budget of the organization for 2028-2029 biennium. Secondly, we appreciate the progress towards an IMO strategy on maritime digitalization. We believe that this will enable us to focus our efforts in a coordinated fashion across the various bodies of the organization and avoiding any action in isolation or fragmented approach. We attach particular importance to fresh work on a non-binding cybernetic code in the joint group, and we think that maritime digitalization also requires trust, safety, confidence, and cyber resilience. On this basis, we are in favour of Council noting the report of FAL 50, endorse the new output for the committee, and we can agree to the necessary intersessional group meetings for further progress on the non-binding cybernetic code and other work. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias, Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Germany.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Cyprus for the wonderful reception yesterday evening. Germany thanks the Secretary General for the report of the Facilitation Committee, including the information related to the IMO Compendium. This delegation appreciates and supports the work of the Facilitation Committee, including the outcome of the 5th session of the committee, and agrees in principle with the actions requested in document C-137/12. We would like to specifically mention our support for action points 2514 and 2515 of the document. In addition, we would also like to provide some remarks related to the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business referenced in paragraphs 7 and 8 of document 137/12, as well as document 137/12/1. Germany considers the IMO Compendium as very useful and very important. This is why Germany has constantly supported the IMO Compendium with financial contributions since 2022. In this regard, this delegation would like to take this opportunity to inform the Council that Germany can provide another fund of €15,000 to support the IMO compendium this year. Regarding the proposal in document 13712-1, this delegation welcomes in general the proposal to establish permanently the project of the IMO compendium. However, regarding the inclusion of costs of the IMO compendium in the regular budget for the next biennium, while noting the estimates of annual maintenance costs below $70,000, we would be thankful for further information on how the IMO compendium could be financed within the regular budget and which funds would be used. Related to previous discussions on the budget under agenda item 5b, this delegation considered it necessary to carefully assess how activities can be financed within the regular budget, especially considering uncertainties regarding the financing of increasing staff costs and impacts of external factors. Thank you.
Gracias, Alemania, por su...
Thank you, Germany, for your comments and for the financial contribution to the IMO compendium. Thank you. And the Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, the Republic of Korea would like to thank Cyprus for hosting the wonderful reception yesterday. We also thank the Secretary General for submitting this document. The digital transformation of the maritime sector is bringing significant gains in efficiency and safety, while at the same time presenting new challenges in the form of cyber threats. The Republic of Korea attaches great importance to laying the international foundation for a collective response to these challenges, and accordingly supports the establishment of the intersectional Joint FAR MSC expert group, which will serve as the starting point for the development of a non-mandatory maritime cyber code. Regarding the IMO compendium, the Republic of Korea align ourselves the statement made by UAE, Chile, and other member states. We recognize that the IMO compendium on facilitation and electronic business plays a key role in the digital transformation of international shipping as a foundation instrument supporting maritime single window, the electronic exchange of information, and the international data harmonization. As a member that has supported the development of the IMO compendium project, the Republic of Korea welcomes the permanent establishment of the project and supports the inclusion of its cost in the organization's regular budget for the 2028 to 2029 biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la República.
Thank you to Republic of Korea. Italy, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Italy would like to thank Cyprus for hosting the wonderful barbecue yesterday evening. We thank the Secretary General for document C137/12 and welcome the outcome of the 50th session of the Facilitation Committee. In this regard, Italy supports the endorsement of the new outputs concerning the development of a non-mandatory maritime cyber code, as well as the amendment to the FAL Convention to align it with 2024 amendment to the International Health Regulation, and agree on the approval of the intersessional joint FAL MSC expert group on a non-mandatory maritime cyber code to meet in 2027, subject to the concurrent approval of MSC. Italy considered that enhanced cooperation, maritime digitalization, and cyber resilience is essential to ensure the safety, security, and efficiency of international shipping and port operation. With particular reference to paragraph 25.5 and 6 we may agree in principle to the inclusion of the IMO compendium cost into organization regular budget. Nevertheless, in order to further access the proposal, we would be grateful to receive a cost breakdown table of the FAL compendium maintenance to address the issue and the Secretary General's point of view with regard to the further budget implication, if it would be the case. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank Cyprus for the wonderful barbecue yesterday. We thank the Secretary General for his document and for the information provided. We welcome the outcome of the FAL Committee and the action requested of the Council therein. Now, regarding the action requested of the Council with regard to the IMO compendium. Firstly, this delegation would like to extend its appreciations to all the donors that over the years generously have contributed funds for the compendium. And we also would like to thank the distinguished delegation of Germany for their statement providing further funds this year. Given the importance and usefulness of the IMO compendium globally, it is from this delegation's view prudent to ensure predictability of maintenance through including the cost of the compendium in the IMO budget. We thank the Secretary General for his assessment of the cost of the compendium for the organization. This delegation believes the cost associated with the IMO compendium is relatively small, a cost this delegation deems acceptable to include in the biannual regular budget. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Noruega.
Thank you, Norway. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for introducing document C-137/12. My delegation participated in the work of the 50th session of the Facilitation Committee and is pleased to approve the report in general and supports its transmission to the 35th session of the Assembly. We welcome the committee's continued progress in advancing maritime facilitation and digitalization, including the work on maritime single windows, the IMO strategy on maritime digitalization, and the revised IMO compendium on facilitation and electronic business. We also support the Council's endorsement of the new outputs for the 2026-2027 biennium, the establishment of Intersessional Joint FAL/MSC Expert Group on a non-mandatory maritime cyber code in 2027, the committee's proposed meeting arrangements for the 2028-29 biennium, and the intersessional meetings of the IMO Expert Group on data harmonization in 2027. And with respect to the IMO compendium, South Africa supports the committee's invitation for the costs of the IMO compendium to be included in the organization's regular budget for the 2028-2029 biennium. The compendium has evolved into a core IMO digital public good that underpins harmonized electronic information exchange across the global maritime sector. Its growing use, expanding data sets, and increasing relevance to maritime single windows and broader digitalization initiatives demonstrate that it has matured beyond a project dependent on voluntary donor funding, placing its maintenance on a sustainable budgetary footing will ensure continuity, predictability, and equitable access for all member states, particularly developing countries seeking to implement digital maritime solutions. South Africa therefore supports the actions requested of the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. صباح الخير لكم جميعا.
Good morning, everyone. From the outset, we would like to thank Cyprus for the barbecue yesterday. We had to wait in the queue for our delicious food before we went to watch the football match against Argentina. But we would like to thank the Secretary General for the FAO's report. We express our support for the report and commend the efforts of the committee and the Secretariat in advancing the work of this committee and keeping pace with the digital transformation of the maritime sector. We particularly welcome the progress made in implementing the maritime single window concept and the adoption of the smart indicators to assess its implementation. These developments will contribute significantly to enhancing the efficiency of maritime procedures and facilitating international trade and reducing administrative burdens on ships and ports. We also support the development and adoption of the IMO strategy on maritime digitalization and its associated action plan. This is an important step towards building a more efficient, resilient and secure maritime sector. We encourage continued coordination among the relevant committees to ensure the effective and integrated implementation of the strategy. Chair, furthermore, we appreciate the committee's decision to establish the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business on a permanent basis and to include it in the organization's regular budget from the 2028-2029 biennium onwards. This recognizes its importance in data standardization and enhancing interoperability among maritime digital systems. We also welcome the new outputs included in the work program, particularly the development of a non-mandatory maritime cyber code in light of recent growing cyber threats facing the global maritime sector. For this reason, our delegation supports the recommendations and actions presented to the Council under paragraph 25 of the document, and we look forward to continuing our collective efforts to strengthen maritime facilitation and promote safe and sustainable digital transformation within the framework of the International Maritime Organization. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to all, and a big thanks to Cyprus for yesterday's wonderful barbecue. Greece welcomes the report of the 50th session of the FAL Committee and commends the committee for its comprehensive work in advancing the facilitation of international maritime traffic. We particularly welcome the progress achieved on the ongoing revision of the FAL Convention, an area in which Greece actively contributed. We remain committed to supporting practical, balanced and future-oriented amendments that ensure efficiency while facilitating their effective implementation by Member States. Greece also attaches particular importance to the development of the IMO strategy on maritime digitalization. We believe that a coherent and holistic digitalization strategy will constitute a key policy framework for strengthening global maritime connectivity, improving interoperability, and promoting secure, efficient, and harmonized digital solutions across the maritime sector. We therefore support the outcomes of FAL 50, and in particular actions 25.14 and 15. We also welcome the additional information provided regarding the IMO Compendium in Facilitation and Electronic Business. We consider the IMO Compendium to be a strategic enabler of maritime digitalization and an essential tool for the harmonization of data exchange between ships, ports, and public authorities. Given its established role within the organization, the relative limited financial implication associated with its maintenance, and the benefit it delivers to Member States, Greece supports the proposal to include the cost of the IMO Compendium in the organization's regular budget for the 28-29 biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. The delegation of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And like others, we wish to thank Cyprus for hosting the reception last evening. And we also would like to commend Mr. Wachara Chiman-Krukit, the Chair, and Mr. Mohamed Al-Kabi, Vice Chair, for their great, excellent leadership in leading FAR Committee. Japan in general supports the outcome of the committee, but allow me to make one comment on Action Point 6, whether to include the cost of the IMO compendium in the IMO's regular budget. First, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to all the donors for the IMO compendium, and in particularly to Germany for the announcement of additional contribution just expressed. We also understand the need for the IMO regular budget to bear the cost of the IMO compendium. And in that regard, we appreciate the information provided by the Secretary General on the estimate of the additional cost. But it may be small compared with the overall IMO's regular budget, but as this delegation has stressed at different occasions, we believe it important that the Council makes every effort to minimize such additional cost implications. We understand that there is one additional session of FAR Committee and 2 sessions of the Council before the next Assembly. Therefore, we suggest instructing the FAR Committee to further review the detailed breakdown of additional cost associated with the IMO compendium and consider if there is further room to reduce it and report back to the Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Japan. Finland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Finland wishes to thank Cyprus and Her Excellency the Shipping Deputy Minister to the President for a lovely barbecue last night. Chair, all the actions requested of the Council in C137/12 by the Secretary General are in line with decisions made in the Facilitation Committee, and this delegation supports them. We would like to especially support Action Point 25.14 to endorse the new outputs on development of a non-mandatory maritime cyber code, as well as on amendments to the FAL Convention to align it with the 2024 amendments to the international health regulations adopted by the Health Assembly. We also wish to express our support for Action Point 25.15 to approve an intersessional joint FAL MSC expert group on a non-mandatory maritime cyber code to meet in 2027. And finally, like Italy, Norway, Greece and others, Finland supports including the costs of the IMO compendium in the regular budget for the 2028-2029 biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much to Cyprus for yesterday's reception. Also to the Secretariat for the documents, which raise key issues with regard to harmonization of health regulations all the way through to digitalization of the sector, including cybersecurity, emerging risks with autonomous ships. We acknowledge the importance of adoption with regard to vaccination of ships' crews, also actions intended to assess implementation of maritime single windows and approving smarter indicators in an initial framework. Mexico acknowledges the decision to approve the IMO compendium on facilitation and electronic trade, and we're grateful to all those member states who contribute with significant resource allocations. We agree with previous speakers, fully supporting this report, along with the observations and recommendations. We think this tackles present and future challenges in the sector, ranging from harmonization of procedures, digitalization of procedures, all the way through to protection and security against emerging risks. ensuring that we have a safer and more efficient shipping sector. Thank you.
Gracias a México.
Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General, for the comprehensive document provided. Thank you to Cyprus for your hospitality last night. Thank you also to those delegates and Secretariat staff who have offered kind words of congratulation to this delegation on the award to Jeff Lance of the International Maritime Prize. To the matter at hand, the United States recognizes the distinct roles and expertise of MSC and FAL, and also the significant workload of both committees. We support establishment of the expert group on the non-mandatory cyber code and encourage close coordination between the two committees, regardless of the lead, to complete this essential work. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. And Canada now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Cyprus for hosting last evening. Canada thanks also the Secretariat for both C-137-12 and C-137-12-1. Canada wishes to highlight that it supports the continuation of the compendium, given its importance in advancing the mandate of the IMO and facilitating maritime trade around the world. The ongoing costs of the compendium are small relative to the enormous benefits it provides, and a stable source of funding is essential to ensuring they continue. Noting that the demands on the organization continue to increase and the relentless pace of technological advancements, Canada supports the proposal to include the costs in the organization's biennial budget. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Canada. I'll turn to observer states, beginning with Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. Denmark takes note of the information provided and can support the actions requested, particularly that from 2028 and onwards, the compendium's cost will be included in the budget, securing its important role in the future. We see the compendium as a vital international reference for harmonizing and digitalizing maritime data exchanges, and we use it as a foundation for our own digital projects. Supporting the ongoing development of the compendium enhances maritime governance by ensuring consistent, standardized, and efficient data flows across the sector. Now I have in my speaking points that we would like to make a contribution of 5,000 euros voluntarily to the compendium for 2027, but my German friend and colleagues have had made that seem a little bit small, so I'm going to double that, at least. So we will give 10,000 euros at least to them. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. Well, this is an interesting dynamic we're moving into in terms of donations. The delegation of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to thank Cyprus for the warm barbecue reception last night. Chair, FAL 50 reflects how rapidly facilitation is evolving. What was once seen largely as an administrative function is now central to the efficiency, resilience, and security of global shipping. One development that deserves particular attention is the decision to shift the focus from implementing maritime single windows to evaluating how well they are actually functioning. That is an important change in emphasis. Establishing a digital platform is only the first step. The real measure of success is whether information moves from efficiently between ships, ports, and public authorities, and whether that translates into shorter port stays, fewer reporting burdens, and better regulatory oversight. Ghana also sees lasting value in the decision to make the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business a permanent program of work. Digitalization depends on common standards. As more administrations modernize their national systems, the compendium will become increasingly important in ensuring that those systems can communicate with one another rather than develop in isolation. The committee's continued work on maritime digitalization and the development of a non-mandatory maritime cyber code is equally timely. The maritime sector is becoming more connected every year. That connectivity creates opportunities, but it also increases exposure to cyber risk. It is therefore sensible that facilitation and safety continue to develop these instruments together rather than through separate processes. Finally, the revised guidelines on stowaways are usually reminded that facilitation is ultimately about people as much as processes. Preventing stowaways incidents requires effective cooperation between ports, ships, and public authorities. But when such cases do occur, they should be managed with clarity, consistency, and respect for human dignity. Ghana appreciates the balanced and forward-looking work undertaken by the committee and looks forward to the continued development of these initiatives as they progress towards the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Ghana.
Thank you. Ghana, the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation thanks Cyprus for yesterday's barbecue. The United Republic of Tanzania thanks the Chair of the Facilitation Committee, the Vice Chair, and Secretariat for the comprehensive report on the outcome of the 50th session of the committee. Tanzania welcomes the committee's progress in advancing maritime digitalization, particularly the work of the implementation and evaluation of maritime single windows, the IMO strategy on maritime digitalization, and the continued development of the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business. These initiatives are essential to improving the efficiency, transparency, and resiliency of international maritime trade. Tanzania supports the development of a non-mandatory maritime cyber code and recognizes the importance of strengthening cyber resilience as digital technologies become increasingly integrated into maritime operations. At the national level, Tanzania continues to advance the digitalization of port and trade facilitation services and therefore values IMO's leadership in promoting harmonized digital standards and international cooperation in this area. Tanzania supports the actions requested of the Council under paragraph 25. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Tanzania.
Thank you, Tanzania. Could you please allow me 1 minute, please?
Gracias por su...
Thank you for bearing with me. And thank you all for comments and remarks made with regard to the report of the FAL committee and also C137121. Since a number of measures concern requests for Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items of the committee, I would suggest that in the interest of time and subject to your agreement, we take due note of them. With regard to the specific action items, I take it that Council firstly endorses the new outputs approved by the committee for the 2026-2027 biennium, also endorses the decision of the committee to hold one meeting during 2028 and one meeting during 2029, with 5 days and 8 associated interpretation sessions for each meeting, and endorses the intersessional meetings of the experts group on digital harmonization approved by the committee for 2027. Secondly, that Council approves an intersessional joint FAL-MSC expert group on a non-mandatory maritime cyber code concurrently approved by MSC 111 that would meet in 2027. And thirdly and lastly, includes the costs of the IMO compendium in the biennial regular budget of the organisation for the 2028-2029 biennium. And note with thanks the generous offer made by both Germany and Denmark to fund the IMO compendium project. I now propose that the Council approves the report of the 50th session of the Facilitation Committee in general and transmits it with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 35th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. If there's no objection, it is so decided.
Con esto damos por concluido el punto 12 del orden del día.
And that completes consideration of item 12. We will now move on to agenda item 13. And I'd like to draw to your attention document C13713, which reports on the outcome of the 76th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee. I'd like to advise you that Chair of the Committee, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda, is present in the room and stands ready to provide any clarifications if required. And I'd now like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the report and to make any observations he may wish in relation to the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair. The draft report of the 76th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee has been issued as document TC 76 WP1 Rev 1 and is summarized in document C13713. Of the work carried out by the committee, I'd like to highlight the approval of the Capacity Development Strategy Implementation Plan, which will provide the framework to guide the implementation of IMO's technical cooperation activities. The committee also agreed to establish a working group at TC77 to further develop the associated key performance indicator framework and related monitoring and reporting arrangements. The committee noted progress in the implementation of the Integrated Technical Cooperation Programme in 2025, including efforts to strengthen targeted assistance for small island developing states and least developed countries, to enhance transparency, governance, and results-based management, and to further integrate IMO member state audit scheme audit outcomes into the planning and delivery of TC activities, and requested the Secretariat to continue reporting on the integration of audit-derived needs into the TC programme. The committee also noted the development and application of a detailed needs analysis methodology for corrective action plans and requested the Secretariat to continue applying this methodology as appropriate in the planning of TC activities. On the increasingly important matter of empowering women and promoting diversity, equality, equity and inclusion in the maritime sector, the committee reviewed the progress made in mainstreaming gender considerations across TC activities. It approved the recognition of the Women in Maritime Associations network within IMO's TC framework and supported further work to strengthen gender-responsive approaches across the programme. Another important issue considered by the committee was the strategic role of the Regional Presence Scheme in supporting the delivery of IMO's TC programme, including through improved needs-based planning, enhanced performance monitoring, and more effective regional engagement. Finally, I'd like to thank the committee's chair, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda, for steering the committee successfully, as well as the vice chair, Ms. Dr. Devotha Edward Mandanda of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her valuable support. And I'd also like to commend the dedicated staff of the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division for their hard work and commitment. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General. And can I now invite Council to make general comments on the report of the 76th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee and the statement we've just heard from the Secretary General, and in particular on the actions requested of the Council as set out in paragraph 40 of document C13713. The floor is open.
Delegación de Chile.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. We'd like to thank Cyprus for the barbecue yesterday, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat for the submission of the report of the 76th session of the TCC. We would like to affirm our support for the Integrated Technical Cooperation Programme of the IMO and the new thematic approach arising from the capacity development strategy and the implementation plan as key tools to enhance the capacity of member states and to make further progress towards effective implementation of the organization's instruments. For Chile, the 76th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee confirms a new stage in technical cooperation at IMO. It's a more strategic approach which is based on real need, data-driven, and can measure outcomes. Chile, therefore, thinks it's essential that technical cooperation should progress towards substantive outcomes where success is measured not just by activities undertaken, but by practical progress in institutional progress, the closing of gaps, and effective implementation. At the same time, we think the thematic approach should go hand in hand with a regional awareness of needs so that the organization's priorities are linked up with the specific realities of member states and regions. In this context, Chile underscores the value of regional work. Indeed, we are honored to coordinate the AFONSA correspondence group on identifying needs for technical cooperation, with particular attention to the priorities of the small island developing states in the Asia-Pacific region. On this basis, Chile agrees that the Council should take note of the report of TC76, and we urge ourselves to continue to strengthen strategic technical cooperation, which is measurable and focused on effective implementation. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. We take this opportunity to express appreciation to the distinguished delegation of Cyprus for the wonderful terrace barbecue yesterday evening. Nigeria thanks the Chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, the Vice Chair, and the Secretariat for the comprehensive report, and commends the continued evolution of IMO's technical cooperation architecture. We welcome the adoption of the Capacity Development Strategy Implementation Plan, the continued digitalization of the Technical Cooperation Portal, the integration of IMSA's outcomes into technical cooperation programming, and the strengthening of result-based management through measurable key performance indicators. Nigeria considers these reforms timely, as technical cooperation must increasingly move beyond the delivery of activities to demonstrating measurable institutional impact, sustainable national ownership, and enhanced implementation of the IMO instruments. We particularly support the greater use of audit-driven needs assessment, dedicated country partnership plan, and data-driven allocation of technical cooperation resources, while emphasizing that developing countries require predictable, adequately funded, and demand-driven assistance tailored to their national priorities, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. In this regard, Nigeria encourages continued support for the maritime security, port state control, ship and port security under the ISPS code, domestic ferry safety, maritime digitalization, implementation of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy, alternative fuels, maritime fraud prevention, and human capacity development, particularly for Africa member states. Nigeria further welcomes the program recorded under the Women in Maritime program, the development of the e-learning implementation plan, the strengthening of the regional presence scheme, and the increasing integration of IMSA's corrective action plan into technical cooperation delivery. We believe these initiatives should be implemented by stronger support for maritime education and training institutions, mutual recognition of seafarer certificates under the relevant IMO framework, enhanced opportunity for sea time and practical training, and the development of regional centers of excellence capable of serving wider geographical regions. Nigeria also supports the proposal for Maritime Youth Leadership Forum as a strategic investment in the next generation of maritime leaders, provided it is implemented through sustainable and voluntary funding arrangements. As the organization advances toward TC77 and the next assembly, Nigeria remains committed to working closely with the Secretariat and fellow member states to ensure that technical cooperation remains the principal vehicle for transforming IMO standards into effective national implementation, strengthening institutional resilience, promoting maritime safety, security, and environmental protection, and ensuring that no member state is left behind in achieving a safe, secure, inclusive, and sustainable global maritime sector. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria, the delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Australia commends the committee for its continued efforts to strengthen and modernise the IMO's technical cooperation program. We welcome the progress made to enhance the effectiveness, coordination and impact of technical cooperation activities, particularly in supporting developing countries, small island developing states and least developed countries. Australia reaffirms its strong support for the IMO's Regional Presence Scheme, including the establishment of the Regional Presence Office for the Pacific. We welcome the appointment of Mr. Payne as the new Regional Coordinator of the IMO Regional Presence Office for the Pacific. Australia is committed to supporting Mr. Payne and the Office's establishment and early program delivery through the deployment of a senior professional officer to ensure the RPO's success. Australia also welcomes the committee's continued focus on advancing gender equality and promoting diversity in the maritime sector, and we commend ongoing efforts to strengthen the participation and leadership of women in maritime. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Australia.
Thank you, Australia. Mexico. Thank you, sir. Can we begin by thanking the Secretary-General for his introduction to the work done by the committee? And in particular, we'd like to address the matter of empowerment of women and promotion of diversity, equality, equity and inclusion in the maritime sector. This is a matter which is very close to our hearts in this delegation. As co-sponsors of TC 76/8/4, submitted by Belgium et al., we'd like to make further progress in the committee on specific ways and means of making further progress towards empowerment of women and promotion of EI. But we note with satisfaction the decision taken by the committee, the suggestion of the Secretary-General, and that a study of the way in which other organizations in the UN family have addressed this issue under technical cooperation. We're convinced that with that report to be presented by the Secretary-General at the next session of the committee, we will be able to make more decided progress towards measures to progress empowerment of women and inclusion of all in the maritime sector. Thank you.
Gracias a México.
Thank you. Mexico, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize in advance because my intervention is going to be a bit long. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to congratulate Mr. Rusk for having won the Exceptional Courage at Sea for a prize, and that is because he tried to save a girl that was a victim of a capsized fishing vessel in Norwegian waters. His heroic actions embody the highest values of courage, professionalism, and selflessness that the international maritime community holds dear. So congratulations to Mr. Brusk. And we also extend our heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Jeffrey Lance on being selected as the recipient of the 2025 International Maritime Prize, and to the distinguished delegation of the United States. This award is a fitting recognition of his outstanding professional career and exceptional contributions to the maritime sector over more than 5 decades. Mr. Lenz has been widely recognized as a leader with strategic vision and a collaborative spirit. He has played an important role in advancing maritime safety, strengthening international cooperation, and shaping maritime policy. He has also earned the respect of global maritime community through his ability to build consensus among diverse stakeholders. The conferral of this prestigious award is a well-deserved acknowledgement of his significant contributions and dedication to advancing the shared objectives of the international maritime community, and his achievements will undoubtedly continue to inspire current and future generations. We also thank the Secretary. We hope that Mr. Lance will continue to support the IMO and the international maritime community. Mr. Chair, we also thank the Secretary General for presenting the report and on the outcome of the 76th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee and express our full support for the report. And we would like to thank the Chair of the committee and his deputy for the work that has been done in providing technical assistance to member states under the leadership of Dr. José Matekel, Director of the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division. The Kingdom firmly believes that technical cooperation constitutes one of the fundamental pillars of the work of the IMO, serving as an effective tool for ensuring the uniform implementation of the IMO instruments and strengthening the institutional and human capacities of member states. We welcome the significant achievements made during 2025 through the delivery of a wide range of global activities, training programs, and workshops, as well as continued efforts in supporting developing countries, small island developing states, and least developed countries through targeted programs tailored to their specific needs and priorities. We also support the Capacity Development Strategy Implementation Plan and commend the efforts aimed at enhancing governance, transparency, and the development of digital tools and technical cooperation platforms. This will contribute to improving program effectiveness and ensuring lasting impact. Mr. Chair, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia places particular importance on maritime education and training, and we are proud of the successful completion of the first phase of the Next Wave project implemented in partnership with the IMO. 20 male and female seafarers from 16 countries received 6 months of onboard training aboard Saudi-flagged vessels. The Kingdom fully funded the training at a cost exceeding $750,000. This project plays an important role in broadening access to IMO programs and expanding opportunities for maritime professionals around the world, and we look forward to launching the second phase in the near future. We would like to urge the member states to invite the ships carrying their flags to participate in such a program. And in this context, the Kingdom would like to emphasize its strong and strategic partnership with the various programs and initiatives of the IMO. We are committed to actively supporting capacity building, training, and institutional development initiatives. And this is because we firmly believe in international cooperation and knowledge sharing as essential means to achieve a safer, more sustainable, and more efficient maritime sector. In the past month, Saudi Arabia, in cooperation with the IMO, launched the Carib Smart Law project during the 5th regional meeting of directors and heads of maritime administrations in Georgetown, Indiana. This project aims to strengthen maritime legislation and regulatory frameworks across the Caribbean region, and there are 14 states benefiting from this project, and it is supported through a contribution from Saudi Arabia, the value of $300,000. We also commend the ongoing efforts to empower women in the maritime sector to promote diversity, equality, and equity and inclusion. These are all essential elements in building a modern maritime sector capable of addressing future challenges. So the delegation of Saudi Arabia supports the recommendations and actions requested by the Council under paragraph 40 of this document, and we look forward to continuing our close cooperation with the IMO and member states in advancing our shared objectives in technical cooperation and maritime capacity building. And I apologize for this long intervention once more.
Muchas gracias a Arabia.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Yes, of course, no problem. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the distinguished delegation of Cyprus, for hosting a wonderful evening reception yesterday. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for introducing the comprehensive report of the Technical Cooperation Committee contained in document C137/13. We also thank the Chair of the committee, supported by his Vice Chair, for successfully leading the work of this important committee. At the outset, we support the approval of the report in general, including its transmission to the 35th session of the Assembly. We particularly welcome the committee's 2025 annual report, which demonstrates the continued value of the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program in strengthening maritime governance and capacity across member states. The delivery of the technical assistance, training, and advisory missions remain essential for developing countries, particularly in Africa, as we work towards the effective implementation of IMO instruments. South Africa also welcomes the positive progress made in resource mobilization and the expansion of partnership arrangements. Sustainable and predictable funding remains critical to ensuring that technical cooperation responds effectively to the evolving needs of member states and supports the implementation of global maritime priorities. We further commend the approval of the Capacity Development Strategy Implementation Plan, which provides a structured and results-oriented framework for delivering technical cooperation. We also encourage continued emphasis on measurable outcomes and on addressing the specific needs of developing countries, including SEEDs and LDCs. Finally, Chair, South Africa supports the continued strengthening of the regional presence and coordination scheme, and for sufficiently incorporating key elements of the South Africa and Togo proposal contained in our submission to TC74 on the future role and mandate of the regional presence offices. Regional offices play an indispensable role in bringing IMO assistance closer to member states, improving responsiveness, and promoting greater regional ownership of capacity development initiatives. South Africa therefore supports the actions requested of the Council under document C137/13. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Sudáfrica.
Thank you. South Africa, Bahamas, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we wish to echo the sentiments expressed by other delegates regarding last night's reception hosted by Cyprus, which we all enjoyed. We also wish to commend the excellent leadership of the Chair of the Technical Cooperation Committee, His Excellency Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda, whose stewardship has continued to guide the committee's important work in advancing capacity development and technical cooperation for member states. In considering the report of the Technical Cooperation Committee, we wish to express our appreciation to those member states and partners whose continued financial and in-kind contributions make possible the delivery of IMO's Technical Cooperation Program, and we welcome in particular the Carib Smart Law Initiative with the generous support of Saudi Arabia. Chair, the report demonstrates the significant impact of these collective efforts in supporting capacity development, strengthening institutions, and assisting member states in the implementation of IMO instruments. We also thank the IMO Secretariat for its continued commitment to the Regional Presence Scheme, which plays an important role in facilitating regional collaboration, strengthening engagement with member states, and supporting the effective delivery of technical cooperation activities. We are particularly encouraged by the committee's continued focus on the empowerment of women in the maritime sector and the progress reported under the IMO Women in Maritime program. As someone who has personally benefited from opportunities created through IMO-supported programs for women in maritime, I can attest to the transformative impact these initiatives can have in building professional capacity, fostering mentorship and networks, and creating pathways for leadership and meaningful participation within the maritime sector. We therefore welcome the committee's work to strengthen the Women in Maritime Associations network and to further mainstream gender considerations across technical cooperation activities. These efforts not only promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, but also strengthen the maritime sector by ensuring that talent and expertise are developed and supported across all segments of the community. More broadly, the report demonstrates how technical cooperation and capacity development remain essential to enabling member states, particularly developing countries and small island developing states like the Bahamas, to fulfill their obligations under IMO instruments. These efforts embody the principle that no member state, and by extension no region, should be left behind in achieving our shared objectives of safe, secure, efficient, environmentally sustainable shipping. We thank the committee for its report, and we welcome it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Bahamas. Ghana, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the outcome of TC 76 shows a technical cooperation committee that is becoming more disciplined, more data-driven, and frankly, more honest about what capacity development must now deliver. For Ghana, one important shift is the move from counting activities to measuring results. The report notes 118 technical cooperation activities in 2025, with about 1,776 participants reached worldwide. Those figures matter, but the deeper question is whether these activities are changing how maritime administrations implement IMO instruments. That is why the work on KPIs, audit-derived needs, and the technical cooperation portal is important. It helps move the program closer to evidence, not assumption. The integration of MMAS outcomes into technical cooperation also deserves attention. Audit findings should not sit separately from capacity building. They should guide it. Where administrations have corrective action plans, training and advisory support should be shaped around those gaps, not around generic programs. Ghana also notes the progress on regional presence. For developing states, especially in Africa, technical cooperation works best when it is close enough to understand the local context. A stronger regional presence can make IMO support more responsive and less episodic. The work on women in maritime, e-learning, and youth engagement also points in the right direction. The future maritime workforce will not be built only through conventions and circulars. It will be built through access, mentoring, digital learning, and deliberate inclusion. Ghana appreciates the direction of travel reflected in the TC76 report and looks forward to technical cooperation continuing to serve as the practical bridge between IMO standards and real implementation by member states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ghana, for your intervention. We're getting close to the coffee break. And I would suggest perhaps we take that a little bit earlier. I think there's an announcement from Singapore.
Adelante, por favor.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore would like to extend a warm invitation to all delegates for some local Singapore favorites at the Delegates Lounge, including vegetable curry puffs and pandan chiffon cakes, or some of you refer to as fluffy green thingies. We will also have hot Milo. It's a chocolate malt drink so beloved it is practically a civic duty here in Singapore. So all are welcomed and please enjoy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Singapur.
Thank you, Singapore. So we'll meet at 11:30 back here.
Buenos días de nuevo a todas las delegaciones.
Welcome again, everyone. And thank you to Singapore for coffee and the fluffy green things. And we'll go on with our speakers list. Cook Islands.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all members of the Council and the observers. Firstly, if I may, I would just like to acknowledge
Perdone que le interrumpa.
Apologies for interrupting you, Cook Islands. Perhaps it might be better with a headset. Your volume is very low.
how's that?
Muchas gracias, mucho mejor ahora.
Thank you, that's better.
Greetings to members of the Council and the observer delegations, of course. I'd like to thank Cyprus for the barbecue. Had I been there, I'm sure I would have really enjoyed it. In saying that, may I just acknowledge the award of the International Maritime Prize to Jeffrey Lance of the United States. A fine man. Some, including myself, would say a great man when it comes to maritime affairs. Technically unsurpassed, completely unflappable, and a truly inspirational leader, as I'm sure you would agree with me. Also, please, Peter Brady, Admiral Brady, what an organization this has been when you can have two gentlemen of the same ilk during the same period of time serving us so well. And of course, to the posthumous award for the bravery. Very sad. We welcome the inauguration of the Pacific Regional Presence Office. It can, indeed it should, rather than our relying on arrangements or organizations that may not represent the interests of all the states within our region, serve as an impartial and responsive channel to IMO for regional technical cooperation needs. In saying that, we're very grateful to Australia for deploying a senior professional officer to ensure a good launch of the regional office. Of course, this will help to streamline the technical cooperation support based on the needs of our region. It will also recognize, of course, that Pacific SIDs are not homogenous and that individual countries may have different national priorities and implementation challenges. And of course, thanks to the Chair, Admiral Gardner, and his newly elected Vice Chair for the excellent way in which they conducted the affairs of TCC. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a las Islas Cook.
Thank you, Cook Islands, for those comments. Delegation of Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. We want to thank Cyprus and Singapore for graciously hosting us last evening and this morning. Chair, we thank the Secretary General for document C137/13. We can be short. We can support the report and the actions requested of the Council, as this delegation actively participated in the deliberations of TC 76. Chair, we want to join the delegation of the Bahamas in expressing our appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its support to the Caribbean through the Carib Smart Law Project, as the incorporation of IMO instruments into national legislation has been a major challenge for the region. Consequently, the project will address a number of key findings in the IMSAS audits in a number of Caribbean states. Additionally, we thank the Secretariat for the critical support it's currently providing to the region towards implementing our thematic priorities, and to the Government of Trinidad and Tobago for hosting the Regional Presence Office. We also welcome the newly appointed Regional Coordinator for the Caribbean. We look forward to advancing the work of the committee under the leadership of its chair, Ambassador Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda, and the vice chair, Dr. Mandana of Tanzania. Thank you.
Gracias, Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. The African Union.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Before coming to the matter at hand, the African Union would like to express its sincere gratitude to the government of Cyprus for the fantastic barbecue yesterday, and we also thank Singapore for the wonderful coffee break. We align ourselves with Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa. We thank you, Chair, we thank the Chair for the way in which he steered our discussions. We would like to also thank Dwight Gardner and once again congratulate the Vice Chair, Dr. Mandanda, on her election. We thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for preparing the report and the superb work undertaken at the TC session. The African Union welcomes the outcomes of this session, and we reaffirm our commitment to the Technical Cooperation Programme, which is essential for developing capacities in member states and to ensure the effective implementation of IMO instruments and to make a contribution to the sustainable development of the maritime section. We welcome the Capacity Development Strategy Implementation Plan, which is an important milestone towards ensuring more consistent cooperation based on results. We would welcome work on developing performance indicators to make it possible to better assess the impact of technical cooperation activities. Chair, the African Union attaches particular importance to decisions taken by the committee to develop the capacity of SIDS and LDCs. We welcome the Secretary's work to adapt technical cooperation programs to the specific needs of these states, and we would like to see the further strengthening of monitoring mechanisms and monitoring results. We would like to recall that the African continent has a large number of countries particularly vulnerable to the consequences of climate change and impacted by the sustainable development of the blue economy and other maritime issues. Therefore, it is important to have a dependable way forward which is tailored to their needs to ensure technical cooperation and the development of the human element. We welcome the IMO's Regional Presence Programme, and we recognised the important role of the regional presence offices in Nairobi and Abidjan. These are important for coordinating technical cooperation in Africa and developing more capacity development programs. The African Union also believes that it is important that we establish regional balance when planning and implementing technical cooperation activities. Resources, projects, and activities need to be allocated in a fair way between the different regions of our continent, taking into account the needs and the priorities expressed by member states. We also encourage the Secretariat to continue focusing on operational capacity development in regional presence offices so that they can effectively respond to the expectations of African member states. We welcome initiatives in which seek to promote gender equality in the maritime sector and technical cooperation activities to this end, and also to developing online learning tools which aim to increase the capacities of African maritime administration. The African Union supports the actions requested of the Council, and we hope that we will continue to work together with the International Maritime Organization to ensure a sustainable and safe development of the maritime sector. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la Unión
Thank you very much, AU, and thank you to all those of you who have spoken. Since most of the action items listed in para 40 concern requests for Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items, I'd suggest that, in the interest of time and with your agreement, we take due note of them. And with that, I take it that Council approves the report of the 76th session of the TCC in general and transmits it with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 35th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And that completes our consideration of that agenda item. We'll now move on to item 16 of the agenda on protection of vital shipping lanes. We have 6 documents on this agenda item. My intention is to invite the Secretary-General to update the Council on developments related to the outcome of the 36th extraordinary session of the Council. And after that, I will invite the Council to consider the other documents submitted under this agenda item in the order in which they were submitted. Secretary-General, you have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chair. I have provided regular updates at scheduled Member State briefings on actions by the Secretariat in response to the situation in the Arabian Sea, the Sea of Oman, and the Gulf region, particularly in and around the Strait of Hormuz, as requested in paras 3.2.16 and 3.2.17 of document C/ES.36/D. With regard to actions by IMO organs, the Maritime Safety Committee at its 111th session adopted Resolution MSC 581111 on actions to ensure the safety and security of navigation and of seafarers in the region, and approved guidance on the training and certification of seafarers affected by the situation. The Marine Environment Protection Committee, at its 84th session, adopted Resolution MEPC 406/84 on actions to protect the marine environment in the region. The Technical Cooperation Committee, at its 76th session, adopted proposals condemning the attacks and restrictions affecting navigation, recognizing their impact on seafarers and on the delivery of technical cooperation activities, and agreed to keep the matter under review. The Legal Committee and the Facilitation Committee, for their part, also discussed and noted the outcome of the extraordinary session at their most recent sessions. You will recall that, pursuant to the outcome of the Council's 36th Extraordinary Session, specifically paragraph 3.3 of document CES 36D, I began work with the relevant member states and industry representatives on an evacuation plan, and at the end of June, we were able to initiate the evacuation to bring to safety the ships and seafarers stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. And I would like to thank relevant countries in the region and beyond, and industry partners for their support and efforts in this regard. Allow me to make specific mention of the Sultanate of Oman for their work with IMO in the establishment of the evacuation framework. Within the time of operation of the evacuation framework, 136 vessels with a total of 2,900 seafarers were successfully evacuated through two alternative routes, as the existing traffic separation scheme could not be used due to security risks, specifically the existence of sea mines. As you will be aware, this process has since been paused as the safety of vessels and seafarers could no longer be assured. Approximately 6,000 seafarers remain trapped in the region. I am still seeking guarantees that vessels can evacuate the Strait of Hormuz using either of the alternative routes provided without the risk of threats of attack. I remain hopeful that the evacuation plan can be resumed, and the Secretariat continues to work with all parties concerned towards that end, so that the thousands of affected seafarers can return to safety and normal trading conditions can be restored in the area. I'd like to be candid. This is not simply a matter of shipping statistics. Behind the figures are seafarers and, in some cases, their families, who continue to bear the human cost of this conflict. Too many seafarers have tragically lost their lives in connection with this conflict. At every opportunity given, be it at IMO body meetings, media appearances, as well as official statements, I have reiterated that no attack on innocent seafarers or civilian shipping is ever justified, that freedom of navigation is a fundamental principle of international law that must be respected by all parties without exception, and that shipping and seafarers should never be used as leverage in geopolitical conflicts. I have called consistently for de-escalation, dialogue and multilateralism, and have confirmed that the Secretariat is continuously working, including, among others, through the UN, on building regional capacity to respond to accidents, casualties and pollution incidents, and I will, of course, continue to do so. Another matter of great concern is the continued high cost of maritime insurance in the region, and elsewhere, indeed, which is itself compounding the strain on ship owners and operators. It's important that market pricing should adjust as conditions improve, and governments with influence over the insurance and reinsurance markets have a role to play in engaging with insurers to ensure that premiums reflect current realities rather than continuing to reflect the peak of the crisis. This does not help to reduce the cost of freight, and it affects, in particular, countries in those regions which have already suffered the consequences of these conflicts and are in need of assistance and resumption of maritime trade. At the opening of the session, I stated that there were signs of improvements in the region. However, the situation remains very fluid, and regrettably, yesterday, 3 vessels were hit when transiting the Strait of Hormuz via the southern corridor. Fortunately, no seafarers were injured, but it is a reminder that the risks remain. I'd like to reiterate my call to all flag states, ship owner and ship operators to remain cautious, to carry out the relevant risk assessments and not to take decisions which might put the lives of seafarers unnecessarily at risk. And I will continue to keep the Council informed as matters develop. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias, secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General, for that very comprehensive account delivered to Council. As I was saying, I now intend to consider all the documents submitted under this agenda item in the order in which they were submitted, and I therefore invite one of the co-sponsors to introduce document C 13716, proposing a Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes.
Delegación de Singapur.
Delegation of Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. We also thank Cyprus for hosting yesterday's barbecue and hope everybody enjoyed the tea break. On behalf of the co-sponsors, Singapore is honoured to introduce document C 13716 and the draft resolution in the annex. The resolution before us is both timely and necessary. It seeks to reaffirm a fundamental principle upon which the international maritime system depends: that vital shipping lanes must remain open, safe, secure, and accessible to international shipping, and that the principles of international law, as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the International Maritime Organization Convention, must be upheld and respected. Recent developments have highlighted the vulnerability of global supply chains to geopolitical tensions. Escalation and instability in and around critical maritime choke points have generated significant concern for the international shipping community, not least for the seafarers who continue to operate under increasingly challenging conditions. For countries like Singapore that rely heavily on trade for goods and services, our survival and prosperity depend on an open and rules-based international order. The free flow of commerce through international shipping is an essential pillar of global stability and economic well-being. Singapore has consistently maintained that disputes should be resolved peacefully and in accordance with international law, and that all states should exercise restraint and avoid actions that risk further escalation. This same principle applies at sea. Any action that threatens, impedes, or disrupts lawful navigation through vital shipping lanes carries consequences far beyond the immediate region concerned. Such disruptions affect supply chains, raise costs for businesses and customers, and impose additional burdens and risks on seafarers whose safety and welfare must remain at the center of our considerations. This resolution, therefore, serves an important purpose. It reaffirms navigational rights and freedoms which are enshrined in UNCLOS and are customary international law. including the rights of transit passage through straits used for international navigation, and reinforces the role of IMO as the competent international organization for matters relating to the safety and efficiency of navigation. It also underscores the importance of cooperation, dialogue, and collective responsibility in ensuring that critical sea lanes remain open, secure, and accessible to all which the co-sponsors support. Singapore's ongoing collaboration with Indonesia and Malaysia affirms the value of such cooperation. The cooperative mechanism on safety of navigation and environmental protection in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, known as the Cooperative Mechanism established in 2007 under IMO's Protection of Vital Sea Lanes initiative, has demonstrated that the safety, security, and environmental sustainability of vital waterways are best achieved through partnership among littoral states, user states, and other stakeholders. This model embodies the broader principle underpinning the draft resolution, that shared challenges require collective solutions grounded in mutual respect and international law. Chair, at a time of growing geopolitical uncertainty, it is more important than ever for the international maritime community to send a clear and united message. The world depends on open and secure sea lanes. International shipping depends on predictability, stability, and respect for international law. Seafarers depend on us to ensure that they can carry out their essential work in safety. Singapore and our co-sponsors therefore urge fellow Council members to adopt the draft Council resolution by consensus to provide clear affirmation of our shared commitment to upholding and respecting navigational rights and freedoms so that vital sea lanes remain open, secure, and accessible to all. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Singapur.
Thank you, Singapore, for your submission, your introduction to the document and the draft resolution. I'd now like to invite comments on this document.
Considerando la lista de...
Looking at this list, the speakers list, and in the understanding that these proposals are to support Singapore's proposal and the attached draft resolution, I would propose to Council that we adopt this now.
Why not? No.
No. Okay, we'll turn to the list. United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. We did have a long statement to make, but there are lots of people asking for the floor, so we will be brief. We support what you have just said, but we would like to express our gratitude to Singapore for offering coffee break this morning. Chair, we are one of the co-sponsors of this document. We thank Singapore for the initiative. We support the proposal for a draft resolution of the Council, and we call upon Member States to adopt this resolution. But we would like to also really like to hear that this list of speakers here is there to support the UAE proposal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the UAE, the delegation of Chile. Thank you, sir. Allow me to begin by thanking the delegation of Singapore for the coffee break this morning. Sir, Chile is grateful to those delegations which have submitted documents under this agenda item. This discussion confirms the importance of protecting vital shipping lanes and ensuring that international shipping can take place safely, efficiently, and in a way which is not discriminatory. It is crucial for international trade that we have a resilient supply chain and can ensure energy supplies and food security. We agree with the contents of C13716 that the current geopolitical scenario means we must reaffirm the importance of respecting rights and freedoms of navigation established under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And in particular, we acknowledge the importance of ensuring that vital shipping lanes remain open and safe, and that includes straits used for international navigation, without prejudice to particular legal regimes established under previous schemes which are applicable with and in keeping with international law. The IMO has a key role as with regard. Oh, apologies. The interpretation has been the microphone has been cut.
En este sentido,
as I was saying, measures which impede or obstruct or impose unjustifiable charges on global shipping must serve as concern to this organization. And finally, sir, I would note that legal frameworks which the international community has built by means of cooperation should not be affected by unilateral action. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أعتقد أن وفد المغرب كان قبلنا بالترتيب.
Thank you, Chair. I think the delegation of Morocco asked for the floor before us, so do you want to give them the floor before us?
Continúe, por favor.
No, please do go ahead.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية نشكر.
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, we would like to thank the delegation of Singapore for offering coffee break this morning. The little green cakes are our favourite snacks. Chair, on the matter at hand, we thank the co-sponsors for introducing this draft resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes and commend their efforts to reaffirm the importance of maintaining open, safe, secure and unimpeded maritime trade routes. We welcome the text where it confirms navigational rights and freedoms, in particular the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation. We support the central role of the IMO as the competent global body for ensuring the safety, security and efficiency of international shipping. Furthermore, we welcome the draft resolution which focuses on the safety and security of seafarers, which is a keystone of international shipping. We welcome the focus on international cooperation and capacity building in addressing challenges that may affect maritime navigation and the resilience of global supply chains. We believe that the adoption of this resolution will strengthen cooperation between member states and reinforce the principles of openness, safety and stability in vital shipping lanes. Therefore, our delegation supports the draft resolution and encourages its adoption by consensus. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Arabia Saudí. El Reino Unido.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia, the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The United Kingdom would like to thank the co-sponsors of document C-137-16 on the protection of vital shipping lanes. We support the objectives of the proposed Council resolution and welcome its emphasis on maintaining open, safe, secure and efficient maritime transport, which is essential for global trade, supply chain resilience and the welfare of seafarers. The proposed resolution rightly highlights the importance of international cooperation and the central role of IMO in promoting a consistent, rules-based framework for maritime safety and navigation. We support the adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you, UK. Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea would like to thank Singapore for providing delicious coffee and refreshment. The Republic of Korea, as a co-sponsor of this resolution, supports its adoption. We share the views that freedom of navigation, including the right of transit passage, is a fundamental principle of customary international law as reflected in UNCLOS. Accordingly, this principle should continue to be respected and upheld by all states. In addition, the Republic of Korea has experienced firsthand that cooperation, partnership, and shared responsibility are core values in safeguarding navigational safety. In this regard, we fully support the resolution's emphasis on the importance of cooperation among member states through IMO and its adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la República de Corea.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we want to thank all those delegations that have provided refreshments this week. Belgium is pleased to speak as a co-sponsor of document C-137-16 and to express its full support for the draft Council resolution before us. As a major trading nation and home to one of Europe's largest ports, Belgium understands firsthand the critical importance of open, safe, and secure shipping lanes to global trade. We therefore strongly support this resolution's reaffirmation of navigational rights and freedoms under international law, and in particular the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation as enshrined in UNCLOS. Belgium reaffirms its unwavering commitment to freedom of navigation and compliance with international law. IMO is the appropriate and recognized forum for addressing safety and security challenges in international shipping. And we also thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for all their efforts, in particular in organizing the safe evacuation of seafarers. We call on all to keep using diplomatic channels to resolve any issues that may arise. Above all, Belgium wishes to stress that the safety, health, and well-being, including the mental well-being, of seafarers must remain at the heart of our deliberations. Their protection is not merely a humanitarian obligation, it is a fundamental responsibility of this organization and of all member states. They are not mere numbers, but real people. And on a personal note, I would like to thank the governments of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore for all their efforts in keeping the Straits of Malacca and Singapore safe, especially since my brother-in-law is sailing there right now. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you to the delegation of Belgium. We'll turn now to the delegation of Morocco. Apologies for that little hitch when you had asked for the floor. There was a slight hitch in the system. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. We understand sometimes technology trips us up. We would like to also thank Cyprus for the barbecue yesterday and Singapore for coffee break this morning, not just for the coffee break, but also for their submission. As a co-sponsor of C-13716, the Kingdom of Morocco fully supports the draft council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes. As a coastal state of the Strait of Gibraltar, one of the most heavily used straits in the world, Morocco attaches the highest possible importance to ensuring that vital shipping lanes are open, safe and secure, and in respect with rights and freedoms of navigation in line with international law, which is reflected in the in UNCLOS, including the right to transit, passage and straits used for international navigation. This draft resolution also reaffirms the central role of this organisation as the global regulator of maritime transport, protection of seafarers, as well of the value of cooperation mechanisms between coastal states and states using these waters. My delegation invites all members of the Council to support the draft resolution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. Delegation of Peru.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos a la...
Thank you, sir. And we'd like to thank Cyprus and Singapore for the refreshments offered. For this delegation, this proposal fits within the technical and regulatory mandate of this organisation in addressing matters which relate to the safety and security of shipping, international shipping, and commercial shipping flows and respect of rights and freedoms of navigation. This initiative promotes maintaining the stability of global supply chains, which are essential for those countries which depend on shipping, and ensures that the safety of shipping does not depend solely on operational measures, but also compliance with the applicable international legal framework. A Council resolution, therefore, as proposed by Singapore, would send a clear institutional signal on the importance of respecting common standards, avoiding arbitrary restrictions to commercial shipping, and promoting international cooperation to the benefit of maritime safety and thereby of member states. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Perú.
Thank you, Peru. Spain. Thank you, Chair. As a co-sponsor to this document from Singapore, Spain emphasizes the importance of defending and respecting the rights and freedoms of navigation for commercial ships transiting through vital shipping lanes, including straits used for international navigation, as well as the role of the International Maritime Organization as global regulator tasked with ensuring the safety and security of shipping, which includes defense of and respect for the rights and freedoms of navigation, such as the right of transit passage, as set out in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We therefore support the adoption of the Council resolution, which is included in the annex to this document. Thank you.
Gracias a España.
Thank you, Spain. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the distinguished delegations of Cyprus and Singapore for generously sponsoring yesterday's barbecue and this morning's coffee break. And we would also like to apologize to the interpreters for some slight changes in our original statement. Brazil thanks the proponents of document C137/16. We support in principle the measures proposed to address the challenges to navigational rights and freedoms for commercial shipping when transiting through straits used for international navigation. Brazil reiterates its position expressed during the 36th extraordinary session of this Council, condemning any actions that threaten the freedom of navigation, the safety of seafarers, or the security of the global energy and food supply. At that session, convened to address the situation in and around the Strait of Hormuz, Brazil also expressed its view that any decision or resolution on that matter should duly reflect the context and origins of that conflict. Ignoring such initial circumstances would fail to consider unilateral actions inconsistent with international law that have contributed to the current situation. We remain convinced that an enduring negotiated solution is the only effective means to achieving stability, peace, and to reestablishing freedom of navigation in that region. In a broader context, Brazil emphasizes the importance of sustained monitoring of developments in vital shipping lanes worldwide and of ensuring support for affected seafarers and vessels. Brazil further encourages enhanced cooperation among states in fulfilling their shared responsibilities with regard to the law of the sea. Brazil remains ready to engage constructively on these matters. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow us first to thank Jamaica for hosting yesterday's afternoon coffee, and Singapore for today's coffee and fluffy green things. To the matter at hand, Chair, Cyprus strongly supports document C137/16 and the proposed Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes, including by upholding and respecting the navigational rights and freedoms for commercial ships and transiting through straits used for international navigation. We acknowledge the serious concerns which underpin the proposal, particularly the threats to maritime safety, seafarer welfare, and global supply chains in the region. Thank you.
Gracias a Chipre.
Thank you. Cyprus, Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. We take this opportunity to appreciate the distinguished delegation of Singapore for the delicious tea break. We also apologize to the interpreters for the slight alteration to our intervention. Nigeria is pleased to co-sponsor this important draft resolution and commend Singapore and other co-sponsors for bringing this timely initiative before the Council. We take this opportunity to particularly commend the IMO Secretary General for his sustained leadership, continued update to member states, industry, and the press, the successful evacuation of approximately 10,000 of the over 20,000 stranded seafarers to their families, and his practical engagement towards securing safety guarantees, de-risking navigation, advancing the humanitarian evacuation plans for seafarers that are still stranded in the region. We congratulate your effort, Secretary General. As a coastal flag and port state, and as a member of the IMO Council, Nigeria attaches the highest importance to preserving open, safe, secure, and unimpeded access to vital shipping lanes in accordance with the international laws as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. At a time when geopolitical tensions continue to place pressure on critical maritime choke points, this resolution sends a timely and balanced message that navigational rights and freedoms, including the rights of transit passage through straits used for international navigation, are indispensable to global trade, energy security, supply chain resilience, and above all, the safety and welfare of seafarers. Nigeria equally reaffirmed the continued role of the IMO as the competent international organization for establishing globally accepted technical standards governing the safety and security of international shipping. Nigeria also considers that the protection of vital shipping lanes cannot be achieved through unilateral actions, but through dialogue, cooperation, and full respect to international laws. Our own experience in the Gulf of Guinea demonstrates that sustained regional cooperation, information sharing, coordinated maritime security arrangements, and partnership with industry can significantly improve navigational safety while safeguarding legitimate commerce. We therefore welcome the resolution emphasis on technical cooperation, the protection of seafarers, enhanced information sharing, and continued engagement through the IMO. Nigeria urges member states to support the adoption of this resolution as a principal reaffirmation of our collective commitment to safe, secure, and efficient international shipping, the resilience of global supply chains, and the preservation of rule-based maritime organization that benefits all nations equally. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias. Nigeria, Bahamas.
Thank you, Nigeria, Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, greetings. Chair, the right of innocent passage is codified primarily under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, 1982. The Convention does not merely affirm the existence of this right, it defines its content, delimits its scope, and establishes the framework within which both navigating vessels and coastal states must operate. Article 17 of UNCLOS provides that ships of all states, whether coastal or landlocked, enjoy the right of innocent passage through the territorial sea. Article 19 of the Convention provides that passage is innocent so long as it is not prejudicial to the peace, good order, or security of the coastal state. The Convention, Chair, then enumerates specific activities that render a passage non-innocent. UNCLOS has codified this balance in a form that commands broad international acceptance and reflects well-established principles of customary international law. The international courts and tribunals, including the ICJ, have reinforced these principles through landmark decisions that continue to guide state conduct. Further, Chair, the daily passage of thousands of vessels through the territorial seas of coastal nations around the globe demonstrates that when good faith is applied on both sides, the principle works. This well-established principle of the law of the sea, reflected in both customary international law and UNCLOS, has stood the test of time. We therefore, Chair, appeal to all to preserve this legal instrument that benefits the lifeblood of international maritime trade, the global supply chain, as any erosion of this principle risks creating uncertainty, disrupting commerce, and undermining maritime stability. Chair, Bahamas takes note, supports the draft resolution. However, the most important issue in this moment is the safe passage of the ships and their crews that have remained stranded in and around the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict. We would like to see these innocent seafarers return home to their families. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. The Chair is asking for some extra time from the interpreters. Yes, sir.
Gracias. Finlandia, por favor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Singapore both for refreshments and for presenting this submission. First, Finland wishes to express its full support to the decisions made already at the 36th extraordinary session of the Council, as well as the UN Security Council Resolution 2817, which remain relevant. This Council has already strongly condemned the threats and attacks against vessels and purported closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which have adversely affected commercial vessels and threatened the safety and welfare of seafarers. Unfortunately, the situation is still ongoing, and we need to focus on protecting the well-being of seafarers and support all efforts by the Secretary-General on this front. Finland stresses the need to soon achieve a lasting framework guaranteeing safe passage with full respect for international law, including the prohibition of any tolls. We highly appreciate the ongoing efforts by the Secretary-General in organizing the evacuation framework via temporary alternative safe routes and call for the resumption of safe passage through the traffic separation scheme approved by the IMO in 1968 as soon as it is safe to do so. Chair, as a co-sponsor of C-137/16, Finland finds it imperative that the Council adopts this drafted resolution on the table ahead of us. The Strait of Hormuz, like all straits used for international navigation, must be kept open and free for transit. The current situation has far-reaching consequences for the global economy, energy supply and food security, and especially for people and countries already in vulnerable positions. We call on all parties to engage in diplomacy and to refrain from the use of force. In crises like this, it is crucial that we lower tensions, allow time for negotiations, and let cool-headedness prevail. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. It's 12:30 and I suggest that we have a break here for lunch. And I'd beg your understanding, we've got a very lengthy speakers list still. So when we meet again at 2:30 to start again, I would urge you to keep your statements as short as possible. Thank you and have a good lunch.
Hey.
Buenas tardes a todas las delegaciones.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll be continuing with our considerations of document 137/16. And I'll turn now to the delegation of Canada to take the floor. And can I please ask you to be as brief as possible?
Thank you, Chair. I will keep my intervention brief, but I would first like to thank Singapore for the morning refreshments as well as their leadership on this submission. As a member state of the IMO, whose economy and economic well-being depend on the trade enabled by the maritime sector, Canada is pleased to co-sponsor this draft resolution. It is only by upholding navigational rights and freedoms and respecting the well-being of seafarers that the promotion of safe, secure, and environmentally sound shipping can be realized. We support the adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I will also be brief. Our delegation would like to thank Singapore for refreshments this morning and to other delegations for their hospitality throughout this Council week. Australia also thanks Singapore for introducing this paper, and as a co-sponsor, we strongly support the adoption of this resolution. The navigational rights and freedoms of ships transiting through straits used for international navigation are fundamental principles of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Their consistent observance underpins the safe, secure and efficient movement of international shipping and the global trade on which all nations depend. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Australia.
Thank you. Australia. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. As one of the countries submitting this document, we totally support the proposed resolution or decision, and we firmly believe in the importance of upholding and respecting the navigational rights and freedoms enjoyed by commercial shipping in accordance with international law. Furthermore, the member states, together with all marine stakeholders, share a collective responsibility to reaffirm our commitment to protecting vital shipping lanes, including safeguarding the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation while guaranteeing the safety of seafarers. Such collective international approach in the proposed resolution would reaffirm IMO's commitment to ensuring open, safe, secure, and uninterrupted access through vital maritime routes, while also safeguarding the safety, security, and well-being of seafarers. They are the main pillar of international shipping. And at the end, we would like to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their positive work in order to ensure the seafarers' safety and security. Thank you.
Gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have shortened my statement. As a co-sponsor of the document, Japan fully supports the proposed resolution, and Japan thanks Singapore for the coffee and green cake. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Mexico. Thank you, sir. And we'd like to thank Singapore and the co-sponsors of C137/16. We can express our support for the draft resolution appended to it and endorse what's been said by other delegations in favour of defence of and respect for freedoms and rights of navigation for commercial ships transiting through vital shipping lanes, as set out in UNCLOS. We also associate ourselves with the concerns voiced by previous speakers the disruption to shipping and the lives of seafarers in the Strait of Hormuz. And we'd like to praise the work done by the Secretary General in keeping with resolutions adopted by Council, and we would respectfully call for de-escalation of tension in the region. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a México.
Thank you. Mexico, South Africa.
Thank you, Chairperson. My delegation remains deeply concerned by the ongoing situation in the Gulf region, particularly in and around the Strait of Hormuz. This conflict in this area, including the disruptions to navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, continues to have significant implications for the global economy, particularly for developing regions such as Africa. Through the disrupted supply chains, increased shipping costs, and escalating energy prices. As a maritime nation situated along one of the world's major maritime routes, for us, maritime trade is a necessity. Between 80 and 90% of our trade is transported by sea. We therefore appreciate the work undertaken with relevant stakeholders to promote cooperation to uphold the principles of safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. We are equally concerned about the plight of innocent civilian seafarers affected by these developments. Therefore, South Africa fully supports the efforts of the IMO SG to advocate for their safety, secure passage, and timely return to their families. We reiterate that international cooperation remains essential to addressing the complex challenges facing the global maritime community. In this regard, South Africa aligns itself with the statement delivered by the co-sponsors of document C137/16 and is pleased to have joined as a co-sponsor of the proposed Council resolution. We firmly support the adoption of the draft resolution, which reaffirms the fundamental principle of freedom of navigation, the right of transit passage through the straits used for international navigation, and the importance of upholding international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. These principles are indispensable to the safety, security, and efficiency of international shipping and to the resilience of the global supply chains. In conclusion, we therefore call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint, pursue de-escalation, and engage in dialogue through established multilateral mechanisms under the auspices of the United Nations. We further encourage member states to continue supporting practical cooperative frameworks, including those that enhance navigational safety, environmental stewardship, and capacity building in strategically important waterways, while supporting the IMO in the fulfillment of its mandate and refraining from actions that undermine maritime safety, security, and the freedom of navigation. I thank you.
Muchas gracias a Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa and Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Cyprus for the barbecue and Singapore for the Milo hot chocolate and pandan cake. I will be brief. Of course, I could mention Hugo Grotius and his freedom of navigation, but we all know that this fundamental freedom is laid down in the UNCLOS Treaty. Therefore, Chair, it is clear that this delegation, as co-sponsor of this document, strongly supports the proposed Council resolution. Thank you.
Gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you, Netherlands. Panama, please. Panama, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Given the time, we will shorten our statement. We'd like to support the reaffirmation of the right of transit passage set out in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the document. providing that it is clearly understood that the organisation will not, under any by any means, accept any restrictions on the exercise of this right, and the reference to the Malacca-Singapore cooperation mechanism remains purely voluntary in nature. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Panamá.
Thank you, Panama, the delegation of China.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Chair. We thank Cyprus for the barbecue and the coffee break sponsored by Singapore. This delegation appreciates document C137/16 submitted by relevant co-sponsors. Overall, this document maintains technical neutrality and prevents the politicization of discussions within this organization. It plays a constructive role in effectively safeguarding ships' navigation rights and upholding the authority of the international law, and helps advance the de-escalation of the situation. Meanwhile, China commends the tireless efforts of the littoral states of the Strait of Hormuz, the IMO Secretariat, in particular the Secretary General, as well as the maritime industry, to realize the safe, orderly, and efficient evacuation of the ships. We always maintain the view that the military means cannot resolve any disputes. China calls on the United States and Iran to faithfully implement the signed Memorandum of Understanding, settle the differences through the political and diplomatic negotiations, and refrain from any resorting to force. The Strait of Hormuz is a strait used for international navigation. The early restoration of safe and free passage through the strait serves the common interests of all parties. Issues concerning the navigation in the strait should be properly handled to adequately stress the widespread concerns of the international community. China reiterates that the basic norms governing international relations based on the purpose and principles of the UN Charter, together with the UNCLOS and the relevant customary international law, must be fully respected and upheld. China stands ready to strengthen communication and cooperation with other IMO member states to contribute to safeguarding navigation safety, promoting seafarers' well-being, and protecting the marine environment of the strait. We look forward to the eventual restoration of a normal navigation order in the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, we would like to thank Singapore for the morning refreshments and Cyprus for the wonderful barbecue yesterday. Sweden is pleased to be one of the co-sponsors of document C137/16 and fully supports the draft resolution. It is vital for us to maintain the openness, safety, and security of major international waterways, which are essential for global trade, energy supplies, and maritime connectivity. We therefore strongly support the efforts made to ensure that these vital sea lanes remain open and accessible in accordance with international law, including the principle of freedom of navigation. In this regard, we also like to thank the Secretary General for the initiatives taken by the IMO to facilitate cooperation and dialogue among the relevant parties, with a view to developing a voluntary framework for the safe and peaceful evacuation of seafarers and merchant vessels from the affected region. As the Secretary General reminded us, behind the statistic lie real human lives, and our efforts must continue to ensure that seafarers can carry out their important work without risking their lives or health. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Sweden. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. First, Indonesia would like to thank the delegation of Cyprus for last night barbecue and Singapore for this morning coffee break. Indonesia, as one of the co-sponsors of this draft Council resolution, fully support for its adoption. This resolution once again affirms the fundamental principles of international law, in particular the navigational rights and freedoms enshrined in UNCLOS, including the rights of transit passage through straits used for international navigation. Indonesia believes that reaffirming these principles with one voice is essential to preserving the safety, security, and freedom of international shipping, and that every outcome of this Council should remain balanced, neutral, and anchored in IMO's technical mandate rather than deepen political polarization. Drawing on our experience of littoral state cooperation in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, Indonesia firmly believes that restoring safety and the smooth flow of traffic through vital shipping lanes, such as the Strait of Hormuz, can only be achieved through close coordination among littoral states and key stakeholders through dialogue and confidence building. Indonesia is confident that this resolution will make a positive and constructive contribution to ongoing efforts to safeguard vital shipping lanes. At the same time, we emphasize that its value will ultimately be measured by the actions of member states. Its adoption must be matched by concrete conduct that reflects genuine commitment to the principles it reaffirms. Indonesia therefore calls upon all member states to translate this collective commitment into consistent practice. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Indonesia. Greece, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also would like to thank Singapore for its kind offering this morning. As a co-sponsor of document under examination, Greece strongly supports both its objective and the draft Council resolution contained in its annex. For Greece, a nation with one of the world's largest merchant fleets and a long-standing maritime tradition, the protection of vital shipping lanes is not merely an issue of commercial interest. It is a matter of safeguarding the stability, resilience, and predictability of the global maritime transport system. Greece wishes to underline that ensuring safe and uninterrupted navigation is fundamentally linked to the protection of seafarers, whose safety, security, and well-being must remain at the center of our collective efforts. Mr. Chair, our position has been clear and firm. Freedom of navigation is a global public good. The protection of the environment, of vessels, and above all of human life is not negotiable. Finally, allow us to express once again our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for its commitment and continuing efforts to address this important challenge for international shipping, but first and foremost, the protection of lives and welfare of our seafarers. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. Italy.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, I would like to apologize to the interpreters for the last-minute changes. In order to save time, we have shortened our statement. Italy also thanks Singapore for sponsoring this morning coffee break. Italy supports the draft Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes. As a maritime nation, Italy considers freedom of navigation essential for global trade and reaffirmed the importance of the rights enshrined in UNCLOS and the IMO rule in maritime governance. Any obstruction of international shipping lanes threatens safety, security, economic stability, and seafarers. Italy encouraged the Council to adopt the resolution to ensure that vital shipping lanes remain open, safe, secure, and accessible. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia. Alemania.
Thank you, Italy. Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair. Germany reaffirms its support for the outcome of the 36th extraordinary session of the Council and its decisions therein. Germany is deeply concerned by the casualties and injuries of seafarers that should not become a target of political tensions. The protection and welfare of seafarers are of paramount importance. We appreciate and support the initiatives of the Secretary General, including the voluntary framework for the safe evacuation of the Strait of Hormuz via temporary alternative routes. The endeavors to build a maritime humanitarian corridor are much appreciated. Furthermore, it is our view that the resumption of a safe passage as a lasting framework through the traffic separation scheme approved by the IMO should be facilitated as soon as it is safe to do so. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretary General for his activities and for his continuous information on current developments in vital shipping lanes, as well as the current situation in or around the Strait of Hormuz. Germany, as a co-sponsor of C-137/16, fully supports the proposal mentioned in paragraph 6 and to adopt the draft Council resolution. This delegation is of the view that upholding and respecting the navigational rights and freedoms in accordance with international law and the right of transit passage, as reflected in UNCLOS, is of utmost importance. We consider an open, safe, and secure passage through vital shipping lanes without restrictions or tolls essential to global economy and also for the safety and well-being of seafarers. Therefore, we agree that it is timely for IMO, its member states, and all maritime stakeholders to reaffirm our commitment to protecting vital shipping lanes in accordance with the IMO Convention and UNCLOS. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. As a co-sponsor of document 137/16, Jamaica expresses gratitude to the Singaporean delegation for its proposal and endorses the draft Council resolution. Chair, as a small island developing state, Jamaica attaches significant importance to the principles of freedom of navigation and the associated rights, which remain a critical foundation of international shipping, as enshrined in UNCLOS. My delegation wishes to emphasize that the disruption of vital shipping lanes has acute consequences for SIDS and LDCs, gravely affecting our food and energy security as trade and import-dependent countries. In closing, we also support the ongoing work undertaken by the Secretary General and other member states, and further call for strengthened cooperation and the use of diplomacy to ensure the maintenance of international peace and security, and that vital shipping lanes remain open, safe, and secure. Jamaica supports the proposal in paragraph 6 for a Council resolution and calls for its adoption. Thank you.
Gracias, Jamaica. Malas.
Thank you, Jamaica. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies to the interpreters, we have shortened our intervention. We register our appreciation to Jamaica, Cyprus, and Singapore for hosting reception yesterday and today. Mr. Chair, Malaysia, as co-sponsor of document C-137/16, wishes to express its full support for its adoption and respectfully encourage the Council to give favourable consideration to the proposal. Malaysia reaffirms its commitment to the principle of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which provides the legal framework for all activities in the ocean and seas, including the rights of transit passage through straits used for international navigation. Malaysia emphasizes that the legitimate right and interests of coastal states must be duly recognized and safeguarded. Any measures taken must be transparent, non-discriminatory, and in full accordance with the international law. Malaysia therefore urges all member states to uphold their obligation under international law to ensure that the vital shipping lanes remain open and accessible for the benefit of global trade, the welfare of seafarers, and the stability of global economy. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Malaysia. Philip.
Thank you, Malaysia. The Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair.
We thank Cyprus for the barbecue last night and Singapore for the pandan cake and Milo, which kept us hydrated and energized. The Philippines is honored to co-sponsor this draft resolution together with other member states. The Philippines reaffirms that navigational rights and freedoms enjoyed by commercial ships, including the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation, must be upheld and respected in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS. These rights are fundamental to ensuring open, safe, secure, and unimpeded maritime commerce, and to safeguarding the integrity and resilience of global supply chains and safety of innocent seafarers. The draft resolution is therefore both timely and necessary. It does not seek to establish new rights or obligations. Rather, it reaffirms long-standing principles of international law that are indispensable to international shipping. The Philippines therefore supports the adoption of this resolution and encourages all member states to join consensus in reaffirming our shared commitment to a rule-based maritime order founded on international law. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Philippines. Malta, please.
Thank you, Chair. Malta would like to thank all those who kindly sponsored the refreshments during the coffee breaks during the last few days. Malta wishes to express its full and unwavering support for the adoption of the draft Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes, as set out in document C-137/16. As a maritime nation, Malta recognizes that international shipping is the indispensable lifeblood of the global economy, facilitating more than 80% of world trade. Safe, secure, and unimpeded passage through vital shipping lanes and straits used for international navigation is not merely a commercial necessity. It is a fundamental pillar of global supply chain resilience. Any unilateral measures or disruptions that undermine navigational rights and freedoms have far-reaching consequences that this organization cannot overlook. Malta also wishes to emphasize that this issue extends well beyond economic considerations. It is, above all, a humanitarian and maritime safety imperative. Unlawful actions and obstructions in international waterways place unacceptable pressure on seafarers, directly jeopardizing their safety, health, and well-being. It is therefore our collective responsibility to protect these essential maritime professionals, whose dedication ensures the uninterrupted flow of global trade despite increasingly complex geopolitical challenges. In aligning itself with the co-sponsors of this resolution, Malta strongly reaffirms the importance of upholding the principles of international law, as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. UNCLOS provides the essential legal framework governing all maritime activities and safeguards the right of transit passage, which must not be threatened, impeded, or suspended. As the competent international organization responsible for the adoption of maritime safety measures and ships routing systems under the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Seas, the International Maritime Organization must remain steadfast in preventing dangerous precedents that could undermine the international maritime order. By adopting this resolution, the Council will send a clear and united message reaffirming its commitment to international law, strengthening international cooperation, protecting the integrity of global shipping lanes, and safeguarding, above all, the lives of the seafarers. Thank you.
Gracias a Malta.
Thank you, Malta. Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair, and let me to thank Singapore for coffee and refreshments in the morning, and to the matter at hand, ensuring operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors and international maritime supply chains is crucial. It's crucial both for stability in the regions of straits and for the global economy as a whole, that the straits remain open and unrestricted in accordance with the law of the sea. and it's essential to ensure freedom of navigation, a safe environment for seafarers and coastal states, and to return to a situation that is conducive to international commerce and to advance global economic development. And as a co-sponsor of the document, Norway aligns ourselves with the intervention by the delegation of Singapore and other co-sponsors. Thank you.
Gracias, Noruega.
Thank you. Norway. Qatar.
Shukran, Sayyid.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank Cyprus and Singapore for hosting us yesterday and today. We thank the sponsors of this document. We reaffirm the importance of maritime trade and free transit passage according to international law. This would help protect seafarers and the free flow of international trade. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Qatar.
Thank you, Qatar. We'll now turn to observer member states to take the floor, and we'll begin with the delegation of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Good afternoon, distinguished Secretary General. From the outset, we would like to thank Singapore for coffee this morning. And we also thank Cyprus for the barbecue yesterday. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend myself, but I know how warmly they welcome guests in Cyprus, so it's a shame I wasn't there. I'm jealous of you for being there. Chair, on the matter at hand, apologies for the long statement. I have reduced it in length, I really have, but it's still quite long. The Russian Federation welcomes the draft resolution presented by the group of co-authors on the protection of vital shipping lanes. We share the concerns expressed in the document and fully support its fundamental message. That is, that international shipping must remain safe, open, and unhindered. The principles enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, including the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation, are the inviolable foundation of global maritime trade. At the same time, Chair, we consider it necessary during the discussion of this important document to draw the Council's attention to the systemic problems that have recently been undermining the very essence of the principles we proclaim here. Recently, Chair, we have witnessed a dangerous trend. Individual states introducing unlawful unilateral restrictive measures are attempting to extend them to the high seas and international straits. There have been increasing cases of the detention and inspection of civilian vessels on fabricated grounds, which are then cynically justified by references to international law. Such actions grossly violate the principles of freedom of navigation and constitute a direct violation of the rights and legitimate interests of ship owners and flag states. Such unlawful actions are often made possible by serious gaps and the lack of transparency in the system of exchanging information on the registration of vessels in national registries. We observe an alarming practice, Chair, whereby, for political reasons, national registries delete vessels from their lists without proper notification to the IMI and member states, and, most unacceptably, without notifying the ship owners and masters themselves. As a result, a vessel that lawfully set sail suddenly learns of its exclusion from the registry, often only at the moment of its unlawful detention. this turns the vessel into a stateless ship in the eyes of the detaining state, creating, as we see it, a legal loophole for abuse. We believe that in order to be effective, the draft resolution should be supplemented with clear mechanisms that exclude the possibility of arbitrary interpretations and abuses, such as the strict compliance with Article 110 of UNCLOS, not allowing its expansive interpretation to justify unlawful detentions and seizures, ensuring full transparency of the procedures for excluding vessels from national registries and the timely notification thereof to both the IMO and member states, as well as to the ship owners themselves. Refraining from any unilateral measures that could be construed as an attempt to extend national jurisdiction to international straits and the high seas. Only if these conditions are met can we guarantee that, Chair, that our common efforts to protect vital shipping lanes will yield real results rather than become yet another empty declaration. Chair, in this connection, in conclusion, I would like to inform our colleagues that on the 17th of June this year, in the Russian Federation, there was an international scientific and practical conference on ensuring the safety of international commercial shipping based on maritime law. So it was this very issue that was being discussed there. The participants of the conference noted that maritime shipping is a critical sector of the global economy, which provides the overwhelming majority of international trade, energy, and food security for states, and any disruption to its functioning damages the global existence of humanity. Global political shifts and changes in the existing world order are affecting the fundamental principles of international maritime law, such as the freedom of navigation, the safety of navigation, the protection of human life at sea, and the protection of the marine environment. The address of the conference participants, which also proposes measures to strengthen the safety of navigation on the basis of universally recognized norms of international law, has been circulated among member states by means of a circular letter. Thank you, Chair. Apologies once again for the lengthy statement.
Gracias a la Federación de...
Thank you, Russian Federation. Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. Denmark would like to express our strong support for the proposed resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes. We fully agree and align with the words spoken by the distinguished delegation of Singapore. It is essential that international shipping routes remain open, secure, and accessible to all in accordance with international law and the principles of freedom of navigation and safe passage. We encourage continued international cooperation to safeguard these principles and to ensure the safety and well-being of seafarers. And Denmark stands ready to engage actively in any initiatives in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. Libya.
Shukran, Said.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank Member States for the coffee breaks during this session, including Singapore today, and we thank Cyprus specifically for the barbecue of yesterday. Chair, we thank the co-sponsors of document 3716, and we reinforce the principles of this document, especially the protection of maritime routes that should be open and the protection of the principles of international law and the enhancements of international cooperation under the IMO. This would help in the protection of seafarers and the enhancement of safety of international law. Chair, Libya would like to point out that there is Circular 1572 on 21st of April 2026 regarding Russian vessel which was attacked in the Mediterranean. We point out to this issue from a different angle. The context of this document might draw us to focus on a different angle. We faced this problem individually to a large extent, and this led us to
التي أعتذر.
We have sent a statement to the interpreters. In any case, we are raising this point from a different angle. And this crisis created operational and financial and technical burdens which were borne by the Libyan state, which included, tugging and search and rescue and providing technical support and national resources to handle the threats of this maritime disaster. Libya also faced legal challenges, very complicated ones, and logistical challenges. This incident also showed vulnerability of international system in handling high-risk incidents of that kind, which threaten the safety and security of shipping and increase potential maritime environmental disasters. And therefore, we believe that the protection of maritime corridors is not restricted to the protection of freedom of navigation only, but it also requires the development of international mechanisms which are more clear and more effective to respond to complicated international accidents in a manner that would facilitate the provision of legal and logistical support to member states which contain such incidents on behalf of the international community. This would enhance the safety of international trade and the protection of maritime environment and will ensure equal sharing of burdens. Libya supports the draft resolution regarding the protection of maritime corridors and enhancing international cooperations to confront international challenges which threaten international trade. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Libya.
Thank you, Libya. Thailand.
Chair, Thailand thanks the delegation of Singapore for the Milo break this morning. We thank the Secretary-General for his update and thank Singapore and the co-sponsors for the submission of document C-13716, reaffirming the importance of keeping vital shipping lanes, including straits used for international navigation, open and accessible to international shipping. Freedom of navigation and the right to transit passage as a key principle of the law of the sea shall be upheld and respected, and shall not be threatened, impeded, denied, hampered, impaired, or suspended. Tragically, in recent disruptions to vital shipping lanes, Thai-owned vessels, Thai-chartered vessels, and Thai seafarers in these and other vessels have been impacted, including through loss of our seafarers' lives. As a trading nation that depends on safe, secure, and predictable maritime transport, we are deeply concerned that interference with the lawful exercise of navigational rights and freedoms may have serious implications for seafarers, maritime operators, essential goods, and global supply chains. Thailand commends the Secretary-General and the IMO Secretariat for their continued efforts, in particular on the Evacuation Plan Initiative. We also support continued technical cooperation and timely information sharing through the IMO to enhance the safety and security of navigation. Thailand reaffirms its readiness to work constructively with all member states and support the adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
Gracias, Tailandia.
Thank you, Thailand. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep this short. New Zealand expresses its support for document C137-16, and in particular for the proposed Council resolution affirming the commitment of the IMO and its member states to upholding and respecting navigational rights and freedoms so that vital sea lanes remain open, secure and accessible to all. New Zealand welcomes efforts to open and demine the Strait of Hormuz and calls for the restoration of unimpeded transit passage without tolls through the strait in accordance with international law. Thank you.
Gracias, Nueva Zelanda.
Thank you, New Zealand. Poland.
Thank you, Chair. Before turning to the substance, we thank the delegation of Cyprus for yesterday's hospitality and the delegations of Jamaica and Singapore for keeping us well supplied with refreshments. On the matter at hand, for Poland, and the safety and security of seafarers is not only a matter of international responsibility, but also of national importance, as Polish seafarers continue to serve on merchant vessels worldwide. As a co-sponsor of document C137/16, Poland strongly supports the draft Council resolution and thanks Singapore for leading this timely initiative together with all co-sponsors. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz remains a matter of serious concern. Safe and secure navigation through vital shipping lines is essential for the protection of seafarers, the resilience of global supply chains, and the stability of the global economy. Poland supports diplomatic efforts to resolve the ongoing conflict in the region. We welcome the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran as a positive step towards restoring maritime safety, while recognizing that its implementation remains fragile. The full restoration of safe navigation ultimately depends on a durable cessation of hostilities and respect for international law. Poland reaffirms its support for the outcomes of the 36th extraordinary session of the Council and the relevant resolutions adopted by MEPC 84 and MSC 111. We appreciate the leadership of the IMO Secretary General in establishing the temporary evacuation framework through alternative safe routes. Poland hopes that this framework can be reactivated at the earliest possible opportunity should circumstances require it, while the ultimate objective remains the safe restoration of normal navigation through the IMO-adopted traffic separation scheme. The Strait of Hormuz must remain open to lawful international navigation. Attempts to impose fees, restrictions, or political conditions on commercial shipping are incompatible with the fundamental principles of freedom of navigation and the right of transit passage under UNCLOS Convention. Those principles must continue to guide the work and collaboration and must remain the essential issue of this organization. Poland therefore fully supports the adoption of the draft Council resolution. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Polonia.
Thank you, Poland. Argentina, please. Thank you, Chair. Our delegation would like to thank Singapore for having submitted C137/16 and can express firm support for the draft resolution set out therein. This text calls for consideration on upholding stability, predictability, and the integrity of vital shipping lanes in an international context which is now marked by geopolitical tensions and persistent challenges for global shipping and global trade. Sir, international shipping carries more than 80% of world trade by volume. Its safe and smooth flow is essential for the working of our economies and the well-being of millions of people. Events of recent years, including the COVID-19 pandemic and various geopolitical crises, have exposed the fragility of supply chains and the critical importance of keeping maritime routes open and protected, particularly straits used for international shipping. Given this, we think that the IMO plays a fundamental role. Its regulatory and technical leadership is key to avoid adoption of unilateral measures which could constitute negative precedents for maritime governance. And it also guarantees that any provision on straits used for international navigation be transparent, non-discriminatory, and fully in keeping with UNCLOS and international law and international conventions of this organization. These are upholding the right of transit passage is an essential pillar of international maritime order, and restating this principle is not just an abstract exercise, but it's a practical need in order to ensure that vital shipping lanes remain open and safe and accessible to everyone, and to safeguard safety and well-being of seafarers who are in the forefront of these complexities. And therefore, we think the draft Council resolution is timely. It restates our collective commitment to uphold the rights and freedoms of shipping. Resolution from this organization will send a clear, united message that no action should be taken regarding vital shipping lanes which would discriminate between foreign ships, nor have any effect on obstructing, impeding, or impairing the right of transit passage through international straits. And member states should refrain from taking unlawful measures which may jeopardize the safety of seafarers or interfere with the legitimate rights of international shipping. Thank you.
Laura.
Ecuador, please. Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to you all. Thank you to Cyprus and Singapore for invitations yesterday and today, respectively, and apologies to the interpreters. There are a few small changes. The delegation of Ecuador would like to thank Singapore for having introduced C-13716, and we acknowledge the importance of protecting vital shipping lanes, including those straits used for international shipping, as a key element for maritime safety, in the smooth flow of international trade, and the resilience of global supply chains. For Ecuador, it's essential that any action relating to international shipping should be fully in keeping with international law, and in particular with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and technical standards adopted by the IMO. Here we emphasize the role of IMO as the competent technical forum for promoting transparent solutions which are not discriminatory and which are intended to ensure safety of shipping. Our delegation also emphasizes that protection of vital shipping lanes should not be viewed solely from the perspective of trade, but also in terms of the human dimension, taking into account the safety, the health, the security and well-being of seafarers who play a crucial role in the operation of international shipping, as we said at the extraordinary session of Council. Therefore, Ecuador expresses its support to the strengthening of international cooperation, timely exchange of information and technical measures which will serve to keep shipping routes open, safe and accessible for all. To that end, we support the draft resolution which has been submitted. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador, Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. and thanks to Cyprus for yesterday's lovely barbecue and Singapore for this morning's coffee break. Ireland supports the statements made by Cyprus, Belgium and Spain, and we welcome the continued prioritisation of maritime safety and seafarer welfare. Thank you.
Gracias, Irlanda.
Thank you, Ireland. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Thank you, sir. Delegates, allow us to begin by thanking you all for the very heartfelt interventions, expressing solidarity from all delegations who spoke and extended their condolences at this council meeting to the victims of that double earthquake on the 24th of June. We'd also like to thank the delegations of Cyprus and Singapore for the kind refreshments offered. Our delegation repeats the position which it expressed at the 36th extraordinary session of Council with regard to the situation affecting the region of the Straits of Hormuz and the Sea of Oman, particularly with regard to attacks on merchant shipping and worsening of shipping conditions. Sadly, this has cost the life of many seafarers and continues to endanger many others who are in that region. We also are concerned to note significant reduction in shipping in the area and warnings of threats in the region. This has serious impacts on international trade and the global economy, since, in particular, a large proportion of global energy supplies pass through this strategic route. Venezuela, so, would like to restate its historic commitment to the principles of international law, including freedom of shipping and peaceful use of the seas, and we therefore think it's crucial to avoid any action which would contribute to militarizing international maritime routes and escalating the situation. And at the same time, we call for protection and safety of the life of seafarers who should never fall victim to geopolitical conflicts, and to maintaining the integrity of global supply chains and fair access to energy resources. We emphasize the importance of multilateral mediation mechanisms and the use of agreements, specific agreements which guarantee safety of maritime transport without exclusions and discriminations. We think IMO should play an important and constructive role in facilitating understanding and measures of trust which will contribute to reducing risks for shipping, given the grave situation. In this context, we thank the Secretary-General for all he has done in his great efforts over recent months to safeguard the life of seafarers in the region. We conclude by restating our position that with regard to the United Nations Charter, multilateralism, mutual respect and dialogue, these are the only legitimate ways of dealing with the crisis, and we are prepared to contribute to this end in order to achieve a resolution to the conflict. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a la República Bolivariana.
Thank you. Ukraine, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, Ukraine wishes to express its sincere condolences to the delegation of Venezuela following the recent earthquakes. We would also like to thank the distinguished delegation of Cyprus for kindly hosting yesterday's reception, as well as other delegations for hosting coffee and free tea breaks during this session. On the matter at hand, Ukraine supports document C-13716 and the draft Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes, including by upholding and respecting navigational rights and freedoms for commercial ships when transiting through the straits used for international navigation. Ukraine attaches great importance to keeping vital shipping lanes open, safe and secure, and this is essential not only for global trade and supply chains, but also for the safety and well-being of seafarers. In this context, Ukraine wishes to underline that any measures taken by coastal states, including states parties to SOLAS, to regulate maritime traffic in areas of strategic importance for international shipping, should be fully consistent with SOLAS Regulation V10 and V11, as also reflected in Article 41 of UNCLOS. Such measures, regardless of the position of the states concerned on the legal status of particular waterways, should not create risks for ships, their crews or cargoes, nor impede the lawful exercise of navigational rights and freedoms under international law. Ukraine therefore supports the adoption by the Council of the draft resolution contained in the document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, Ucrania.
Thank you, Ukraine. Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Ecuador, Cyprus, and Singapore for their refreshments. The delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran attaches the highest importance to the safety and security of commercial navigation and to the protection and welfare of seafarers. Such safety, however, can only be ensured through full and non-selective respect for international law, including the sovereignty, jurisdiction, and legitimate security interests of the states directly concerned. My delegation supports measures genuinely aimed at protecting commercial shipping. At the same time, any resolution adopted by this Council must reflect the applicable legal framework accurately, comprehensive, and without prejudicing the established legal positions of member states. Treaty obligations and customary international law cannot be treated as interchangeable. A multilateral convention creates treaty rights and obligations for its parties and cannot, by itself, impose obligations upon states that have not consented to be bound by it. While individual treaty provisions may reflect customary international law, where the necessary elements are independently established, the customary character of an entire treaty regime cannot simply be presumed or declared through a resolution of this organization. It must also be recognized that straits are not legally or geographically identical. The applicable regime depends upon the particular characteristics of each strait, including the legal status of the water concerned, whether they form part of internal waters or the territorial sea. These distinctions cannot be disregarded through broad and undifferentiated formulation. Navigational rights must be interpreted together with the corresponding obligations of ship and flag states. Passage cannot be invoked as a basis for disregarding the sovereignty, territorial integrity, security, or applicable laws and regulations of the state exercising jurisdiction over the waters concerned. Ships should refrain from any threat or use of force and from activities unrelated to passage. The safety of navigation cannot be separated from the wider security environment. Military threats, coercive actions, attacks against coastal and maritime infrastructure, interference with navigational systems, and the misuse of civilian shipping all create serious risks to commercial vessels and seafarers. Navigational freedoms should not be invoked selectively while such conduct is ignored. My delegation therefore emphasizes that IMO should remain within its technical and safety mandate. It cannot determine contested questions of treaty interpretation, declare the customary status of disputed legal regimes, or prejudice the sovereignty, jurisdiction, applicable laws, and established legal positions of member states. Nothing in any resolution of this Council should be interpreted as limiting the lawful rights and responsibilities of the state concerned to safeguard its sovereignty, national security and safety, and order of navigation within waters subject to its jurisdiction, in accordance with applicable international law and domestic law of coastal states. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República Islámica.
Thank you, Islamic Republic of Iran. ICS, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all those who have provided us with much needed sustenance over the past 3 days. Firstly, Chair, we would like to thank the Secretary-General and his staff for their tireless efforts to evacuate merchant ships and seafarers trapped in the Gulf region. We are fully aware of the challenges faced in fulfilling the Council's instructions. We can only hope that the situation in the region improves so the programme can resume, eventually returning to pre-conflict normality, respecting the right of transit passage through international straits, free of tolls and charges. As such, we welcome the draft resolution. Chair, it is with the severest concern that we have witnessed the increase in attacks against merchant ships in recent days. It is unacceptable for military force to be used against merchant ships and the seafarers that serve on board. This is a sentiment repeated time and again in this organisation, yet we continue to witness seafarer injuries and fatalities. The longer such attacks continue, and through their frequency are normalised in the minds of decision makers worldwide, the more profound their effects will be on shipping and the confidence that it can operate freely, globally, under the aegis of the rules-based order and historic maritime practice. Chair, if we are sincere in our belief that the lives of seafarers are sacrosanct, that free trade and the rules-based order that enables it are to be protected, then these acts of aggression, wherever they occur, will cease immediately, as we sincerely believe they must. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, ICS.
Thank you. ICS Intertanko, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, firstly, we would also extend our thanks to the Secretary-General and his team for all their efforts in trying to support seafarers in the Gulf region. These efforts have not gone unnoticed by seafarers serving at sea and ashore. In relation to this, we welcome this resolution. Sir, the most recent attacks this week on multiple tankers transiting the southern route of the Straits of Hormuz once again demonstrates a flagrant disregard for the lives of civilian seafarers. This, as many have noted, follows a pattern of attack on civilian seafarers in which these civilians have been killed and maimed inside the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Similarly, we note the multiple attacks on civilian seafarers, civilian tankers in the Black Sea region, Mediterranean, and even off West Africa. Sir, Intertanko wholeheartedly condemns such attacks and repeats the call that all attacks on ships affecting innocent civilian seafarers should be halted immediately. So, with hostilities once again breaking out in the Gulf region, the need for safe routes and the maintenance of vital shipping lanes must remain a priority of this organisation, and we know that the Secretary-General remains focused on this. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Intertanko.
Thank you, Intertanko. ITF, please.
Thank you, Chair. The ITF as well would like to first thank the Secretary-General for his effort supporting seafarers during this time of crisis, and we welcome this draft resolution. Open, safe and secure shipping line are fundamental not only to global trade, but also to the safety and welfare of the world's seafarers. When shipping routes are disrupted or navigational rights are impeded, it's often seafarers who bear the immediate consequences through increased risks, longer voyages, extended period away from their families, and heightened physical and mental strain, a reality that we unfortunately have now witnessed on several occasions. We therefore particularly welcome the recognition throughout the draft resolution of the importance of protecting seafarers and reaffirming the role of IMO as the competent international organization in maintaining a rules-based international maritime framework. ITF support the continued cooperation of member states throughout IMO to ensure that vital shipping lanes remain open, safe and accessible, while safeguarding the right, safety and well-being of those who operate the ships on which global trade depend. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a ITF.
Thank you, ITF. I'd like to begin by thanking all delegations for your cooperation in terms of the length of your statements, bearing in mind the short amount of time available. In light of the comments made, and according to my notes, 50 delegations or thereabouts have spoken. I take it that Council notes the information set out in C13716 and in particular reaffirms its commitment to protecting vital shipping lanes, in particular to upholding the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation to ensure open, safe and secure access through vital shipping lanes, while guaranteeing the safety and well-being of seafarers, and adopts the Council resolution on the protection of vital shipping lanes, including by upholding and respecting navigational rights and freedoms for commercial ships when transiting through straits used for international navigation, to affirm its commitment to upholding and respecting navigational rights and freedoms, so that vital sea lanes remain open, secure, and accessible to all. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And now let's move on to the second document submitted under this agenda item. I'd like to invite Egypt to introduce document C13716-1 on enhancing the operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors and international maritime supply chains. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the benefit of the interpreters, I'll deliver my statement previously shared in Arabic but in English. Mr. Chair, over the past several years, this esteemed organization has been called upon to address a series of unprecedented challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic and various geopolitical developments across different regions of the world. These crises have contributed to prolonged disruptions to normal shipping patterns, particularly affecting navigation through vital maritime routes and straits. Such disruptions have had significant consequences for the maritime sector and the shipping industry, creating operational uncertainty to ship operators, placing additional pressure on international maritime transport systems, and consequently affecting global supply chains. The delegation of Egypt believes that through these successive crises, IMO, through its member states and capable secretariat, have accumulated considerable experience, valuable learned lessons, and a range of best practices in crisis management. Against this background, our document conceptually proposes that the Council considers the possibility of developing a non-mandatory crisis response framework or a guidance outlining how IMO could respond when a major crisis arises. In other words, It would serve as a practical reference, manual, or checklist to facilitate a coordinated and effective response to emerging crises. This conceptual proposal aims, subject to the Council's agreement in principle, to be further developed during the future sessions to strengthen technical and voluntary cooperation without duplicating or replacing any existing international frameworks. Rather, it would build upon the organization's existing mechanisms and tools while drawing on lessons learned from previous crises. Such a framework could, for example, first strengthen data management, information sharing arrangements, and maritime situational awareness, particularly at the regional level in areas affected by crises. Second, it could work on enhancing technical support and capacity building efforts for affected regions, including by addressing challenges that may impact planned ITCP activities, and where appropriate, by developing tailored technical cooperation initiatives focused on the IMO tools and services most needed during times of crisis. Third, it could develop as well operational and procedural guidance, including practical checklists and recommended procedures in cooperation with the member states and the maritime industry to support seafarers and ships operating in areas experiencing prolonged operational disruptions. This could include, for example, guidance relating to certification extensions and other exceptional operational measures which we have already took in previous crises. Mr. Chair, to conclude, while the lessons learned from previous crises cannot guarantee that future challenges will be avoided, they clearly demonstrate the value of having a guiding crisis response framework. We therefore invite the Council to consider agreeing in principle to further explore this concept and support its development during future Council sessions. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. I now invite comments from Council on the document which has just been introduced by the delegation of Egypt.
Delegación de Chipre.
Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be very brief. We thank Egypt for this document, which we broadly welcome, but believe that there is a need for further assessment of the necessary actions by member states, relevant IMO bodies, and the Secretariat when it comes to developing the measures requested. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Chipre.
Thank you. Cyprus, delegation of Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation thanks Egypt for its submission and appreciates the proposals in document C137/16/1, which present coherent and practical voluntary, non-binding measures to enhance the resilience of strategic maritime corridors affected by prolonged operational disruptions, and which are well within IMO's technical mandate. Brazil supports enhanced coordination, continued ITCP assistance to affected developing countries, stronger use of GIZES, and the evaluation and development of voluntary operational guidance for ships in disrupted areas. Furthermore, while Egypt's text is balanced and technical, we believe that a brief reference to the principle of non-discrimination in technical cooperation and in the voluntary operational guidelines would be welcome and would certainly strengthen it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Spain. Thank you, Chair. Spain agrees with what's been said by Cyprus and others with regard to the proposals contained in C13716/1. We agree with regard to emphasising the importance of enhancing practical cooperation and operational coordination within the framework of IMO's mandate in order to contribute to the safety, efficiency and reliability of maritime connectivity. However, we believe that for paragraphs 8 to 12 to be implemented, we would need submission of specific proposals in the form of new outputs presented to the relevant IMO bodies, as well as an analysis of the availability of sufficient human and financial resources in order to achieve the stated aims. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de.
Thank you, Spain. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the distinguished delegation of Egypt for introducing document C137/16/1 and supports in principle the practical proposals contained in it, all of them aimed at strengthening operational resilience, technical cooperation and capacity building, particularly for developing countries that are often disproportionately affected by disruptions to strategic maritime corridors. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a.
Thank you, South Africa. Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Morocco thanks Egypt for its submission and supports, in principle, the practical, voluntary and technical approach proposed therein. Enhancing the operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors via targeted support and by way of technical assistance and developing capacities for those developing countries affected is fully in line with the mandate of this organisation. Extended disruption of these corridors has a disproportionate impact on developing economies, in particular in Africa. This delegation supports discussions continuing on this matter within the competent bodies of IMO. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a.
Thank you, Morocco. The Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands welcomes document C137/16/1 submitted by Egypt, which highlights the operational challenges and wider impacts of disruptions in key maritime routes, including the Red Sea. This delegation, like Spain and Cyprus, sees the merit in further exploring these proposals within the IMO mandate, while ensuring the organization retains its neutral and technical character. We also underline the importance of further assessing the roles and responsibilities of member states, IMO bodies and the Secretariat in taking this work forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a los países.
Thank you. Netherlands, Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nigeria thanks the delegation of Egypt for this timely and constructive submission. Nigeria recognizes the strategic importance of the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, and other vital maritime corridors to global commerce and energy security. Recent disruptions have demonstrated that interruptions to these routes have significant consequences for international trade, supply chain, freight cost, and most importantly, the safety and welfare of seafarers. For developing economies, particularly in Africa, prolonged disruptions can also undermine food security, economic growth, and maritime development. Nigeria therefore supports the practical, voluntary, and non-political measures that strengthens operational resilience through enhanced technical cooperation, capacity building, improved maritime situational awareness, greater use of the GISAs, and timely information sharing within the IMO's mandate. We particularly welcome the emphasis on supporting developing countries through the ITCP and believe that resilient maritime corridors are best achieved through international cooperation, respect for international laws, and strengthened maritime governance. Nigeria therefore supports continued discussion for these proposals within the appropriate IMO bodies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nigeria. Delegation of China.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation in principle supports this document submitted by the delegation of Egypt. China is of the view that it is necessary to strengthen the cooperation under the mandate of IMO to strengthen the operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors. China is willing to further exchange our views with relevant parties with this regard. Thank you, Chair.
I think we may have the break now. Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much. And given that it's now 4 o'clock, I would suggest that we take a break for tea, and then we'll resume with the rest of the speakers list for this after the break. I have an invitation from Saudi Arabia. I think you want to take the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس واعتذر لكن
Thank you, Chair. It is an honor for me, an honor for my delegation to invite you all to a tea break this afternoon. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is hosting tea on the first floor of the building. Thank you.
Buenas tardes de nuevo.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you very much to the delegation of Saudi Arabia for that coffee break, and we'll continue with the list. I'll turn now to the delegation of Italy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Saudi Arabia, for sponsoring the coffee break. Italy wishes to thank Egypt for the submission of document C-137/16/1. In this regard, Italy aligned itself with statement delivered by Cyprus and welcome in general the constructive approach aimed at enhancing the operational resilience of the strategic maritime corridor and international maritime supply chain. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Italia.
Thank you. Italy, Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Saudi Arabia for the coffee and Egypt for submitting this document on a matter of significant importance to us all. Ensuring operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors and international maritime supply chains is crucial. And Norway will continue to support measures within the remits of this organization which facilitate upholding world trade. And as other delegations have said before us, we would welcome Member States to put forward concrete proposals on enhancing operational maritime transport to relevant IMO bodies. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Norway. The United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, the UAE would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting the coffee break. The delegation of the UAE would like to thank the Arab Republic of Egypt for this document. We welcome and support the proposals contained therein, in particular the importance of developing voluntary operational guidelines and best practices in cooperation with interested member states and relevant industry bodies. We also consider that this issue is closely linked to other international organizations concerned with maritime trade, such as the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. This requires coordination and cooperation between our organization and UNCTAD. We also agree with the views of the delegations that work should continue within the remits of the organization's other bodies. Thank you.
Delegación de Indonesia.
Delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the afternoon coffee break. Indonesia thanks Egypt for document C-137/16/1 on the operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors, particularly the Red Sea and Suez Canal. Indonesia supports this proposal in principle. As an archipelagic state bordering some of the world's busiest straits, we fully appreciate the importance of ensuring the safety and operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors to global shipping. Indonesia welcomes the practical, voluntary nature of this proposal and supports the development of a voluntary coordination framework, the strengthening of ITCP for capacity building, and the optimization of GICSIS to enhance information sharing among stakeholders. Indonesia looks forward to further discussion on its implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Indonesia. And we'll turn now to observer member states, beginning with Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting the tea break. Great thanks Egypt for submitting document C-137/16/1 and welcomes its focus on enhancing the operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors and international maritime supply chain. In this regard, we are convinced that the special maritime corridor at the Black Sea rightfully falls within the category of vital shipping lines given its essential role in maintaining global food security and ensuring the continuity of agricultural export. Saying said that, Ukraine believes that the IMO technical cooperation project enhancing maritime safety, security, environmental protection, and trade facilitation in the Black Sea corridor is a practical example confirming the relevance of the proposals contained in Egypt's document. Ukraine therefore supports increased attention within the IMO technical cooperation framework to ensuring the continuous and resilient operation of strategically important international shipping routes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Ucrania.
Thank you. Ukraine. Ireland, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this afternoon's coffee break. Ireland supports the statements made by Cyprus, Spain and the Netherlands. While we broadly welcome the documents submitted by Egypt, we also believe that there is a need for further assessment of the necessary actions. Thank you.
Gracias a Irlanda.
Thank you, Ireland. The delegation of Poland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for hosting the afternoon coffee break. Poland would like to thank Egypt for submitting document C-137/16/1. Poland welcomes the document in general and appreciates the effort undertaken to advance this important discussion. At the same time, we would like to echo the intervention made by Cyprus. Thank you so much.
Gracias a Polonia.
Thank you, Poland. Delegation of Kenya.
And thank you, Chair. The Kenyan delegation thanks the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the coffee and refreshments. The Kenyan delegation thanks Egypt for the submission contained in document C-137/16/1 concerning enhancement of the operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors and international maritime supply chains. Kenya aligns itself with the fundamental objective of ensuring safe, secure, efficient, and uninterrupted international shipping. As a maritime nation strategically located along the Western Indian Ocean and home to the Port of Mombasa, one of the Africa's principal gateway ports, Kenya appreciates the significant contribution that resilient maritime transport systems make to international trade, regional integration, and sustainable economic development. Kenya recognizes that the continued disruptions affecting strategic shipping routes, particularly those connected to the Red Sea and adjacent waterways, have had far-reaching consequences on the global shipping operations. For Kenya, these disruptions have had practical implications for trade through the Port of Mombasa, regional logistics serving East and Central Africa, import costs, export competitiveness, and the affordability of essential commodities. Kenya welcomes the practical and non-binding approach proposed in the document, particularly the emphasis on strengthening technical cooperation, enhancing information sharing, building operational resilience, and supporting affected developing member states. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Kenya. African Union.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Excellencies, Chair. Thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the tea break this afternoon. Thank you for giving me the floor again. On behalf of the African Union, we support the document submitted by Egypt, and we align ourselves with the statement made by Africa, South Africa, Nigeria and Kenya. I won't take up much of your time. We would like to reaffirm our commitment within the IMO of ensuring that maritime corridors are safe, secure and resilient, and increase support for African countries who are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la Unión.
Thank you to the AU. And could you please give me a minute?
Gracias por su paciencia.
Thank you for bearing with me. In light of the remarks made, I take it that Egypt's proposal has been welcomed. Some delegations have supported it in principle as well. And I also see that Council would like the proposal to continue to be further assessed and considered at greater length. And therefore, I propose to Council the following: that firstly, we note the information included in C137/16/1. And secondly, invite interested member states to submit concrete proposals for new output to the relevant bodies of the organization on strengthening operational resilience of strategic maritime corridors and international maritime supply chains. And if there are no objections, it is so decided.
Pasamos ahora.
And we'll now turn to the third document submitted under this agenda item. And I'd invite the Islamic Republic of Iran to introduce document C137/16/2. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. With regard to the document C137/16/2 submitted by the Islamic Republic of Iran, my delegation wishes to make clear at the outset that the current risk to vital shipping lane in the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz cannot be credibly assessed without addressing their root cause: the war of aggression carried out by the United States and the Israeli regime against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This document therefore places before the Council the legal, operational, and technical implications of that aggression for maritime safety, security of navigation, seafarer welfare, marine environmental protection, facilitation of maritime traffic, and technical cooperation. Iran has also placed on record that the territory, airspace, military assets, bases, facilities, and logistical infrastructure of certain regional states, including the United Arab Emirates, have been used in connection with the hostile activities against Iran. A state whose territory or infrastructure is used to facilitate attacks that create risk to the shipping cannot credibly present itself as a neutral guardian of maritime safety or freedom of navigation. Chair, the Strait of Hormuz remains open to maritime navigation, subject to safety and security coordination. Iran, as a competent coastal state bordering the strait, has continued to maintain maritime safety, search and rescue, emergency response, traffic monitoring, and navigational safety functions. Responsibility for disruption and escalation rests with the aggressors and those who support, facilitate, or participate in their unlawful acts, not with the coastal state that continues to preserve safety and security in this critical waterway. The consequences of this aggression extends across the full range of IMO's work: maritime safety, security of navigation, seafarer welfare, marine environmental protection, facilitation of maritime traffic, port access, crew change, emergency response, pollution preparedness, technical cooperation, and legal matters. The Council should therefore be extremely cautious. Technical terminology must not be used to conceal aggression. Safety language must not be used to shift responsibility from aggressor to victim. Environmental language must not be used selectively to ignore the actual sources of risk. Technical cooperation must not be used to operationalize externally imposed arrangements or legitimize political pressure against a member state. Any report, guidance, follow-up, safe passage, arrangement, corridor, concept, evacuation framework, facilitation measure, or technical cooperation activity concerning the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, or the Strait of Hormuz must be developed in full coordination with and with the consent of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and with full respect for its sovereignty, sovereign rights, responsibility, and legitimate interests. Accordingly, Iran requests the Council to take note of information and legal positions set out in document C-137/16/2 to recognize that the current risk cannot be separated from the aggression against Iran, and to ensure that any consideration of vital shipping lanes remains neutral, balanced, comprehensive, non-discriminatory, based on verified information and reflective of all sources of risk. Chair, the credibility of the IMO depends on its ability to apply technical standards consistently, not selectively. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República.
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now invite comments on document C, the document that's just been introduced. Thank you.
Estados Unidos.
United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Saudi Arabia and to Singapore for hosting today's coffee and tea breaks, and to Cyprus for the lovely barbecue yesterday evening. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, in the interest of efficiency and avoiding multiple interventions, I was hoping to consolidate my comments on documents 16/2, 16/4, and 16/5 as we consider them to be closely linked. Okay. I will go ahead and proceed. The United States notes the importance of strengthening international cooperation to ensure the safety and security of shipping. With over 80% of global trade carried by sea, open, safe, secure, and unimpeded passage through vital shipping lanes is absolutely essential to the global economy. The United States does not support the attempt by Iran, which is not a member of this body, to use the 137th IMO Council as a forum to raise geopolitical issues outside the purview of this organization. Doing so only distracts from the Council's important technical work. The IMO is a specialized technical organization. Its credibility depends on ensuring that its council, committees, reporting mechanisms, and follow-up actions remain neutral, balanced, and within the organization's mandate. Specifically, Iran's submission in C-137/16/2 asks the IMO Council to make legal findings and political judgments regarding interstate disputes, determinations that extend well beyond the organization's technical competence. The UN Security Council, not the IMO, holds primary responsibility under the UN Charter for maintaining international peace and security, and is the appropriate body to consider questions of interstate uses of force, naval blockades, and attribution of legal responsibility. The United States calls on all member states to preserve the technical integrity and institutional credibility of the IMO by ensuring the Council's agenda remains focused on its core mandate. Allowing these submissions to drive our deliberations would be out of keeping with the established practices of the Council and undermines its effectiveness as a technical body. The United States supports the UAE's proposal in C-137/16/4, which, in contrast, accurately reflects the documented reality on the ground on critical matters that fall squarely within the IMO's remit. That is, Iran has conducted egregious attacks against regional states, laid mines in and around the Strait of Hormuz, including in the traffic separation scheme, and attempted to impose unlawful tolls on commercial vessels. These actions have resulted in the deaths of 15 seafarers, 13 injuries, and significant marine pollution, consequences that fall squarely within IMO's mandate to address. The United States rejects Iran's implied assertion in paragraphs 27.5 and 27.6 of document C-137/16/5 that the IMO should not be able to comment on any attempt by Iran to alter unilaterally the international legal regime that has been governing free transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz for decades. In closing, the United States calls on the Council to endorse the UAE proposal. The IMO's credibility as a technical organization depends on its willingness to call out conduct that directly threatens maritime safety, seafarer welfare, and the freedom of navigation, and Iran's actions demand exactly that response. Thank you.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. The United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Chair. The United Arab Emirates rejects in the strongest possible terms the Islamic Republic of Iran's allegations contained in document C-137/16/2, which are baseless, misleading, and unacceptable. We invite the Council to do the same as the UAE and reject these claims. These allegations could not be more cynical in light of the aggression committed by Iran against the UAE, alongside the other GCC states and Jordan, which was a clear breach of fundamental rules and principles of international law. In this respect, the international community took a clear position. The UAE recalls in this regard that Iran's egregious attacks were condemned by the UN Security Council, and this council and all the IMO committees, the Human Rights Council, and the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organization. The UAE and the other member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council have acted as responsible coastal states, prioritizing the safety and security of the more than 1,500 ships and 20,000 seafarers stranded in the area. To the contrary, this organization has shown very clearly the responsibility of the Islamic Republic of Iran for its unlawful actions in and around the Strait of Hormuz, as well as their devastating impact on the safety and of navigation, the health and well-being of seafarers, the protection of the marine environment, global supply chains, and food security. It is worth recalling in this regard that the IMO Legal Committee strongly condemned the closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran, as well as threats related to the laying of mines in and around the strait and the reported toll system it imposed on vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's attempt to portray itself as a responsible coastal state is therefore untenable and contradicts Iran's own statements and actions, as well as the above-mentioned decisions of the IMO. Mr. Chair, for these reasons, the UAE calls upon this Council to dismiss this document submitted by Iran and not to take note of it, and to support the UAE's proposed declaration as set out in document C-137/16/4. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Los Emiratos.
Thank you, UAE. The delegation of China.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Chair. We would like to request the Chair to clarify one question because we can see that 16/3 is connected with 16/4, so maybe we can comment together.
Thank you for your question, request for clarification, China. When we began to consider this item on the agenda, I did, in my proposal, suggest that we take these documents one by one in the order in which they had been submitted. And the idea is that when we get to 137.16.4 and 137.16.5, we will ask for comments on these too. To the extent possible, I would urge you to follow my suggestions so that we can have a more structured discussion. Thank you for your question, but I would ask you to continue if you wish with your statement.
谢谢主席。感谢您的这个。
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your clarification. We respect your decision. So our comments will be targeted will be on the 16/2. Before the comments, I forgot to thank the UAE for your coffee break. Sorry. We like to thank the Saudi Arabia for your coffee break. Chair, the Chinese delegation has, at many occasions, has said that the conflicts in the Middle East was caused by the unlawful attacks launched by the United States and Israel against Iran. And I think you all agree with me and you are all very clear of it. This delegation has maintained the view that military issues cannot resolve the problems. We found that the Secretary General's intervention, that the situation in the Strait of the Hormuz is very fragile. China calls upon all parties to refrain from their actions. The United States and Iran should fully implement the Memorandum of Understanding, resolve the differences through political and diplomatic dialogue and negotiations, and refrain from the use of force. Thank you.
Gracias a la delegada.
Thank you to the delegation of China. I see no further requests from council members, so we will turn to observer member states now, beginning with the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, we'd like to thank the delegation of Saudi Arabia for the coffee break. I really love the Arabian coffee, which was offered us. I had 4 of them. Now I've got more energy now. On document 16.2 then. We share the view that the International Maritime Organization must maintain its technical, depoliticized character and act strictly within its mandate. Any discussions in the IMO Council relating to maritime safety, the protection of the marine environment, the facilitation of maritime traffic and technical cooperation should be neutral, balanced and based on verified information. The Russian Federation supports the need for a comprehensive consideration of all sources of risk in the region, as well as the full respect for the sovereign rights and legitimate interests of the coastal states concerned. Our country calls upon all parties to engage in constructive dialogue and joint efforts while remaining committed to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Thank you.
Gracias a la Federación de Rusia.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Israel.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin with apologies to the interpreters. We have shortened and slightly modified our original statement. Israel commends the Secretary General and the International Maritime Organization for their continued efforts to support affected seafarers and commercial shippings and the efforts to maintain the evacuation plan in the Strait of Hormuz. As in previous meetings, Israel remains deeply concerned by the ongoing threats posed by the Iranian regime and its proxies to international maritime navigation and regional stability. Iran's continued interference with commercial shipping, attacks and harassment against civilian vessels, and threats to critical maritime routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, constitute a direct challenge to freedom of navigation and to the rules-based international order. Recent developments have once again demonstrated the volatility of the situation. Despite the ceasefire, Iran violated its terms overnight, attacking vessels and destabilizing neighboring countries' sovereignty, once again underscoring the regime's continuing willingness to escalate tensions and disregard its commitments. These actions serve as a stark reminder that the threat has not subsided. The international community must remain vigilant as Iran's unpredictable and irresponsible conduct continues to pose a serious risk to regional stability, international maritime security, and freedom of navigation. Israel stands against these harmful actions and supports the UAE draft proposal. Israel therefore calls Council member states to firmly reject attempts by Iran to deflect responsibility or advance proposals that undermine the credibility of this discussion and the broader efforts of this organization to address the threats effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de Israel.
Thank you to the delegation of Israel. In light of the comments made, I take it that Council notes the information provided in C-137-16-2. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And I now invite one of the co-sponsors to introduce document C-137-16-3, presenting recent developments of the cooperative mechanism for the Straits of Malacca and Singapore. You have the floor. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia is pleased. We thank Saudi Arabia for the coffee break. Malaysia is pleased to co-submit document C-137-16-3 together with Indonesia and Singapore, reporting on the recent developments of the cooperative mechanism for the Straits of Malacca and Singapore. As highlighted in the document, the Straits of Malacca and Singapore remains one of the world's most critical maritime choke points, handling over 1,200 120,000 vessel transits annually. Approximately one-third of global seaborne trade passes through these vital waterways. While the littoral states remain steadfast in safeguarding this passage, the safety, efficiency, and environment resilience of the straits are a shared global responsibility under Article 43 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Chair, we wish to report on the concrete achievement made through our tripartite cooperative mechanism. First, the 16th Cooperative Forum was successfully hosted in Penang, Malaysia in September 2025. The forum addressed urgent global maritime shifts, including maritime cybersecurity, decarbonization through LNG and methanol bunkering, digital navigation through S100 data integration, and adaptive multi-hazard pollution responses. Second, the Project Coordination Committee progressed critical infrastructure projects, including the development of standard operating procedure for virtual aids to navigation. Third, the Aids to Navigation Fund approved a budget of approximately USD 4.8 million for 2026, with USD 1.54 million allocated specifically for the upkeep and replacement of D51 critical physical aids to navigation that keep international shipping moving safely. Chair, looking forward to the 17th Cooperative Forum scheduled for August 26, Malaysia invites user states and global maritime stakeholders to explore next-generation initiatives such as the VHF data exchange system and decarbonization pathways. To ensure the long-term sustainability of this operation, Malaysia calls upon the Council to encourage interested member states and industry partners to actively make financial or in-kind contribution to the Aids to Navigation Fund and the IMO Strait of Malacca and Singapore Trust Fund. Malaysia reaffirms its steadfast commitment to ensuring that the straits remain open, safe, and secure for international navigation. We remain confident that the cooperative mechanism provides a practical and inclusive platform through which states and industry may collaborate towards the sustainable management of this vital waterway. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you to the delegation of Malaysia. In the light of the information which has been presented, I would propose that Council notes the information set out in C137.16.3, and in particular expresses appreciation to the littoral states of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore for their continuous commitment under the cooperative mechanism on safety of navigation and environmental protection in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore. Also expresses appreciation to those member states and organizations which have made contributions to the cooperative mechanism, and to the Aids to Navigation Fund for the provision and maintenance of critical navigation aids in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, and invites interested member states and other stakeholders to consider making financial contributions as well as in-kind contributions for the Aids to Navigation Fund and the IMO Straits of Malacca and Singapore Trust Fund to support the sustainability of the cooperative mechanism. And I also suggest that Council reaffirms its mandate to the Secretary-General to continue his work relating to the protection of shipping lanes of strategic importance and to report to the Council as and when appropriate. And if there's no objection, it is so decided. We now turn to document C-137-16-4, proposing a Council declaration further addressing the impacts of the unlawful activities of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Arabian Sea, Sea of Oman, and the Gulf region, particularly in and around the Strait of Hormuz and the developments since the extraordinary session of Council, the 36th, as well as document C-137-16/5 submitted by the Islamic Republic of Iran, commenting on document C-137-16-4. And I would recall that both documents have been submitted pursuant to Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. So firstly, I'd like to invite the United Arab Emirates to introduce document 137-16-4. You have the floor, sir.
Shukran, Sayyida. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the co-sponsors of document C-137-14-4, the UAE delegation would like to present this document. Since the 36th extraordinary session of the Council, the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued its egregious attacks against the territories, including the territorial waters of the member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council and Jordan, and its threats and attacks against vessels in the Arabian Sea, the Sea of Oman, and the Gulf region, particularly in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Moreover, the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued its actions aimed at closing, obstructing, hampering, or otherwise interfering with international navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. In particular, the Islamic Republic of Iran has laid sea mines in and around the strait, including in the traffic separation scheme, and imposed tolls on vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and has taken additional discriminatory measures further hampering the right of transit passage through the strait and affecting international trade. The Islamic Republic of Iran has unilaterally established the so-called Persian Gulf Strait Authority, a governmental entity through which Iran seeks to control navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. According to the terms and conditions that the BGSA seeks to impose on ships, no vessel is permitted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz without a valid passage permit issued by that authority. In parallel, the Islamic Republic of Iran has designated so-called mandatory new routes located in its maritime zones for the navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, effectively diverting navigation from the TSS. In addition, documents issued by the PGSA indicate that the Islamic Republic of Iran intends to continue to impose tolls on vessels crossing the Strait of Hormuz, as well as mandatory insurance and penalties for the violation of terms and conditions set out by the authority. Of great concern are also the Republic of Islamic Iran's claim of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz and its assertion of jurisdiction over parts of the maritime zones of coastal states in and around the Strait of Hormuz, over which these states have sovereignty, sovereign rights, and exclusive jurisdiction in accordance with international law. Despite the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding between the USA and Iran on the 19th of June 2026, the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued to impose unlawful impediments to transit passage and endanger navigation and the lives of seafarers through aggressive activities. In addition, Iran has declared the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and stated its intention to impose toll again in future on ships crossing the strait. The attacks and actions by Iran in the Gulf region have jeopardized the safety and security of seafarers, especially those stranded in close proximity to the Strait of Hormuz, and the integrity of cargo, and put the maritime environment at risk and jeopardized regional security. Several dozens of confirmed incidents with the IMO have led to fatalities and severe injuries to seafarers and caused pollution. The threats, attacks, and actions by Iran, as highlighted in the document, are contrary to the purposes of the IMO, as set out in Article 1 of the IMO Convention, and the outcomes of the 50th session of FAL Committee, the 113th session of the Legal Committee, the 84th session of MEPC, the 111th session of the MSC, and the 76th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee. And they constitute a breach of international law, including UN Security Council Resolution number 2817, 2026. Therefore, the document proposes a Council declaration further addressing the impacts of the unlawful activities of Iran, of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Arabian Sea, the Sea of Oman, and the Gulf region, particularly in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates for the introduction to your document. I now invite the Islamic Republic of Iran to introduce document C 137-16-5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank Saudi Arabia for hosting Coffee Break, which I forgot to mention in my previous intervention. With regard to document C-137/16/5 submitted by the Islamic Republic of Iran in response to document C-137/16/4, my delegation wishes to emphasize that at the outset that the Council is being invited to consider highly selective, politically motivated, and legally unfounded proposal. Document C-137/16/4 attributes responsibility to the victim of aggression, presents contested allegations as facts, and disregards the actual source of risk affecting maritime safety, seafarer welfare, and vital shipping lane in the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz. Iran therefore categorically rejects in its entirety the allegations, legal characterizations, political accusation, and proposed conclusions contained in this document. The fundamental flaw in the document is that it seeks to isolate alleged consequences from their root cause, the unlawful use of force by the United States and Israeli regime against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including through the involvement, support, or facilitation of the United Arab Emirates and certain other states. Any Council consideration that ignores this root cause would be incomplete, unbalanced, and technically unreliable. The Council should not accept such an approach. IMO is not a judicial body. It is not a forum for determining international responsibility, deciding questions of sovereignty or jurisdiction, or imposing political narratives or on disputed legal matters. The Council must not be used to prejudge the legal regime of the Strait of Hormuz, the rights of coastal states, or the legal position of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The central point of Iran's document is clear. Any credible and technically reliable assessment of the situation in the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz must identify the root cause of the current risk, namely the unlawful use of force by the United States and the Israeli regime against Iran, including through the involvement, support, or facilitation of the United Arab Emirates and certain other states. Chair, Iran reaffirms its long-standing legal position concerning safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is not a party to UNCLOS and is not bound by treaty-based regime invoked by certain states concerning straits used for international navigation. Iran has consistently objected to the characterization of that regime as customary international law. Main parts of the Strait of Hormuz fall within Iran's territorial waters, where the coastal state exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, and sovereignty authority. Contrary to allegations in document C-137/16/4, Iran has adopted no policy aimed at closing the Strait of Hormuz. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has not been halted. Iran's measures are regulatory, supervisory, and precautionary in character. Their purpose is to preserve maritime safety and security, protect the lives of seafarers, safeguard Iran's sovereignty and vital security interests, and prevent the strait from being used to facilitate hostile operations. Document C-137/16/4 also deliberately omits material facts directly relevant to IMO. It ignores aggression directed against Iran, involvement or facilitation by third states, unlawful blockade measures against ships entering or exiting Iranian port, coercive maritime restrictions, and arms seizure, diversion, appropriation, and confiscation of Iranian commercial vessels and cargoes. A Council outcome that records allegation against Iran while disregarding these facts is incomplete, unbalanced, discriminatory, and technically unreliable. For this reasons, Iran requests the Council to refrain from adopting, endorsing, transmitting, or relying upon the selective, politically motivated, and legally unfounded proposal contained in document C-137/16/4. The credibility of the IMO requires neutrality, consistency, and institutional restraint. Accordingly, Iran requests the Council to act on the basis of verified facts, technical neutrality, and respect for legal position, sovereignty, sovereign rights, responsibilities, and legitimate interests of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República Islámica.
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. I will
Ruego me disculpen, pero
Yes, apologies. Actually, we are drawing near to the end of the day, and I therefore suggest that we take up our consideration of the two documents which have now been introduced tomorrow morning. And I would inform you that this afternoon we have a presentation from the delegations of Spain and the Kingdom of the Netherlands and that's going to be followed by a reception offered by Spain. And I'd like to ask the Spanish delegation for more information about that. Thank you. Spain's delighted to announce that after this we'll be having a joint presentation with the Netherlands on the hantavirus outbreak on board the cruise ship Ondius, a prime example of international cooperation and multilateralism in the face of a global health crisis. And after that, we'll be holding a reception. Spain will be inviting you all to that reception on the Delegates Lounge, all delegates and secretariat staff and so on. Thank you all very much. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the presentation and the reception, and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9:30.
In red.